Hey there. Tonight, we're stepping into a different kind of world. One carved from marble, thunder, and imagination. A place where gods walked among mortals, and the sky itself could hold a grudge. These are the best stories of Greek mythology. Tales of heroes, heartbreak, clever mortals, jealous gods, and the strange, beautiful logic of an ancient world. You'll wander from Olympus to the underworld, from the calm of golden temples to the chaos of war and love, all at a pace slow enough for sleep. If this kind of storytelling helps you drift off, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it truly brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is right now. It's oddly comforting to know who's out there, falling asleep to the same quiet myths. So, take a deep breath, let the world fade away, and let's begin, where all Greek stories begin, with the gods watching and mortals dreaming. Settle yourself, my friends, loosen the thoughts of the day, let the mind wander toward the dim glow of an ancient world. A world that hadn't quite worked out what it was yet. Before there were gods, before there were mortals, before anyone was shouting about who'd stolen whose cow, there was only chaos. Now, the Greek poets didn't mean chaos in our modern sense, not a noisy marketplace or your cousin's WhatsApp group. No, this was the original nothingness. A vast, silent space. Imagine the pause before a story begins. The moment before the curtain rises and the narrator clears his throat. That was chaos. Not disorder, but pure potential. Out of that quiet came Gaia, the earth. She was the first form, patient and broad, and the poets called her the ever-sure foundation of all things. You might picture her, not as a person at first, but as the land itself, fertile, steady, capable of holding whatever would come next. From Gaia came Tartarus, the dark abyss far below her, a kind of divine basement where troublesome relatives would later be stored. Then came Eros, the spark of attraction, not the cherub with a bow, but a cosmic principle, the thing that makes anything want to exist at all. And thus the stage was set. When Gaia looked upon her wide, empty skies, she decided she rather needed someone to fill them. So she brought forth Uranus, the sky, bright and gleaming, her equal and her companion. Together they formed the first marriage of heaven and earth. Their union was prolific, though one imagines not especially restful. From it came the Titans, 12 in number, great, ageless beings who embodied vast natural forces, Oceanus the sea, Hyperion the light, Themis the law, and most notably Cronus, the youngest and shrewdest of them all. Unfortunately, family life in Greek myth rarely goes well. Uranus, rather suspicious of his enormous children, decided to keep them trapped inside their mother's body, which, understandably, Gaia found uncomfortable. So, in an early example of divine family therapy, she crafted a great sickle of flint and quietly asked if one of her sons might do something about their father. Cronus, always eager to take initiative, volunteered. One night, as Uranus descended to embrace Gaia, Cronus struck. In a single dramatic moment, details unnecessary for bedtime, the old sky god was overthrown. The universe changed hands. From that act came both creation and consequence. Drops that fell upon the earth birthed the Furies, spirits of vengeance, and the giants, who would one day shake Olympus itself. And from the sea foam that gathered around the fallen pieces, well, in due time, a goddess of beauty would rise. But we'll save her grand entrance for another evening. Cronus now ruled the cosmos. He freed his siblings, organised the world, and ushered in what poets later called the Golden Age. It was, by all accounts, an idyllic time. The weather was perfect, the crops grew on their own, and humanity, if it existed yet, lived in ease without toil or war. A sort of eternal public holiday, one imagines. But even paradise is not without anxiety. Cronus, you see, had inherited one terrible prophecy, that he, too, would be overthrown by his own child, just as he had overthrown his father. In Greek mythology, destiny is less of a suggestion and more of a cruel joke. The harder you try to avoid it, the faster it finds you. So Cronus came up with what he thought was a very practical solution. Each time his wife, Rhea, gave birth, he swallowed the baby whole. Not out of malice, mind you, just sensible precaution. You can almost hear him saying, "Can't rebel if they're already inside." Rhea, understandably distressed, tolerated this for 5 children: Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon. By the 6th, she'd had enough. With some help from Gaia, she devised a trick. When the time came to give birth to her youngest, she hid the baby in a cave on the island of Crete and handed Cronus a swaddled stone instead. He swallowed it, none the wiser. The child's name was Zeus. While his brothers and sisters digested quietly within their father, Zeus grew up in hiding. Nursed by the goat Amalthea and protected by noisy attendants called the curates, who clanged their shields to drown out his cries, the young god thrived. When he came of age, he planned his rebellion with patience worthy of a seasoned politician. Disguised as a cupbearer, Zeus served Cronus a potion that caused him to, how shall we put this politely, return his previous meals. Out came the 5 siblings, unharmed, a little indignant, and quite ready for vengeance. Together they declared war on the Titans. This war, the Titanomachy, lasted 10 years. Imagine the skies aflame, mountains hurled like stones, oceans boiling. The Greeks, hearing such tales, must have imagined thunder itself as the sound of that ancient conflict, echoing across time. In the end, victory belonged to the Olympians. Cronus and his allies were cast into Tartarus, that deep and echoing pit, guarded by the 100-handed ones. Enormous beings who could juggle entire mountains if they fancied it. Now, with the old order destroyed, the world had to be divided anew. Zeus claimed the sky, Poseidon the sea, and Hades the underworld. The earth itself was shared, and the gods settled upon Mount Olympus, a lofty peak in northern Greece, where snow never falls, and the wine never quite runs out. This new divine family would become the heart of Greek religion. Not distant, flawless beings, but personalities. Proud, temperamental, oddly human. The Greeks didn't imagine their gods as moral exemplars. They imagined them as cosmic versions of themselves, capable of kindness, jealousy, wit, and breathtaking pettiness. And that, perhaps, is why these stories endured. Historically, the oldest written accounts come from the poet Hesiod, around the 7th century BC. His theogony is our primary map of divine genealogy, a sort of mythic family tree with an alarming number of branches. Archaeological finds, from Minoan Crete to early mainland temples, suggest these myths blended older nature cults and local deities into one vast evolving pantheon. In this way, myth was not dogma, but dialogue, a way for Greeks to make sense of the shifting world around them. When farmers watched the storms roll over Mount Olympus, they saw Zeus at work. When the tides pulled back and returned, they felt Poseidon's moods. Even the cycles of planting and harvest were bound to the stories of Demeter and Persephone. Mythology wasn't escape, it was explanation, wrapped in poetry. And, beneath all the grandeur, one hears something tender, a people searching for pattern and purpose. The Greeks didn't say, "In the beginning there was light." They said, "In the beginning there was chaos, and from it, love." That tells you something about them. As our tale winds toward quiet, imagine the world just after that first great war. The smoke of battle settling over newborn mountains, rivers finding their paths, stars pricking holes in the dark sky. The gods, still young and uncertain, climb their shining peak to take their seats. Zeus, the youngest and boldest, surveys his new realm. Lightning flickers across the horizon, like a painter testing his brush. The air is still, the earth awake beneath him, and somewhere deep below, Cronus dreams of what once was. Thus begins the age of Olympus, an age of power, mischief, and stories that will outlive empires. So, close your eyes, and let the world fade back into that first hush after creation. The universe is finally organized, for now at least, and all is momentarily calm. Tomorrow thunder will roll again, but tonight the gods rest. The young god Zeus, barely grown, was preparing to do something quite unthinkable, to challenge his own father, Cronus, and all the ancient titans who had ruled before him. Now, in most families, a simple argument over inheritance can cause tension. But in this divine household, inheritance meant control of the entire cosmos, and tension involved the occasional mountain being thrown across the sky. The Greeks called this era the Titanomachy, the War of the Titans, and it stood at the centre of their mythic worldview, the moment when the new gods seized the world from the old. But to understand Zeus's rebellion, we must first understand the world he was born into. Cronus's reign, as you might recall, was called the Golden Age, a time of peace and effortless abundance. The fields bore fruit without labour, the seas were calm, and no one grew old. Yet beneath that serenity fear lingered. Cronus, ever haunted by prophecy, had swallowed each of his children whole, believing he could cheat fate through sheer appetite. It was a strategy with mixed results. Zeus, of course, escaped that fate. Smuggled away by his mother Rhea, raised in secret on Crete, and fed on honey and the milk of a divine goat named Amalthea. According to one version, the curates, armoured guardians, would dance and clash their shields whenever the infant cried, to drown out the sound and prevent Cronus from discovering him. One imagines this was not particularly restful for anyone involved. When Zeus came of age, he devised a plan to free his siblings. With the help of the Titaness Metis, a goddess of cunning and thought, he prepared a potion that would force Cronus to disgorge all he had swallowed. There are, of course, many potions in mythology, but few quite as effective as this one. Zeus disguised himself and gained employment as Cronus's cupbearer. One evening, as the old Titan drank deeply, Zeus slipped the potion into his father's goblet. Moments later, Cronus found himself feeling rather unwell. One by one, out came the gods. First Hestia, then Demeter, Hera, Hades and Poseidon, all fully grown, slightly dazed, and understandably furious. And thus began the war. The Olympians, newly liberated, rallied behind Zeus. The Titans, proud and ancient, gathered under Cronus. The battlefield stretched across heaven and earth. For 10 long years, thunder and flame filled the skies. Now, Hesiod describes the scene in his Theogony with dramatic flair. Whole mountains hurled like stones, rivers boiling, forests set ablaze. He writes that the sound reached to starry heaven, as though the earth itself cried out. It's worth noting that this myth, to ancient audiences, wasn't just thrilling entertainment. It represented something deeper, the triumph of order over chaos, the new generation replacing the old. To the Greeks, this cosmic war was an allegory for civilization itself, the rise of reason, justice, and divine law under Zeus's leadership. But at the time, reason looked rather like thunderbolts. Zeus's siblings each found their roles amid the storm. Poseidon shook the seas, Hades commanded the depths of the earth, and Hera, long before she became the Queen of Olympus, already proved formidable in council. Their combined might was impressive, but not yet enough to defeat the Titans. The Titans, after all, were immense and ancient beings. Some ruled the stars, others the seas. Among them were Iapetus, the father of Prometheus and Atlas, Hyperion, who carried the light of the sun, and Atlas himself, whose strength was legendary. It was said that when Atlas swung his arm, even constellations trembled. For years, neither side gained the upper hand. The war dragged on, a stalemate of divine endurance. But Zeus, clever as ever, sought new allies. He descended into the depths of Tartarus, that deep, echoing chasm where the first children of Gaia had been imprisoned, and freed the Cyclopes and the Hecatonkaias. The Cyclopes, those one-eyed smiths of divine craft, were grateful. In return, they forged weapons for the gods. For Poseidon, a mighty trident. For Hades, a helmet that granted invisibility. And for Zeus himself, the thunderbolt. It was the first of its kind. Lightning captured, condensed, and wielded by a god. The moment he raised it, the balance of power shifted. The Hecatonkaias, giants with 100 hands each, joined the Olympians, hurling rocks the size of mountains and shaking the earth to its core. The Titans, for all their might, began to falter. At last, Zeus led the final assault. With thunder roaring and the heavens split in light, he struck Cronus down and cast him, along with the defeated Titans, into Tartarus. There, behind bronze gates, they were guarded forever by the 100-handed ones. Beings who, one suspects, were not easily distracted. When the storm ended, the world was quiet. The mountains stood still, the seas stopped their turmoil, and the air, for the first time in ages, was clear. The age of the Titans was over. Zeus and his siblings climbed Mount Olympus, where they would make their home. It was not the tallest mountain in the world, but to the Greeks it was the most sacred. From there, they would rule over gods and men alike, presiding not with tyranny, but with the peculiar order that defines Greek myth, a world where justice, mischief, and beauty coexist in delicate balance. The new world was divided among the three brothers. Zeus took the sky, Poseidon the sea, and Hades the underworld. The earth itself, the realm of mortals and mountains, remained common ground. It's said that they drew lots for their domains, proof that even gods occasionally leave things to chance. With this division, cosmic stability returned, but beneath the surface, tensions lingered. The Titans were defeated, yes, but their legacy endured, especially through their descendants. Among them were Prometheus, the bringer of fire, and Atlas, condemned to hold up the heavens. The world of Zeus, for all its grandeur, still carried the shadows of the age that came before. In Greek art, this transition was often shown through contrast. early vase painters depicted the Titans as wild, muscular, almost elemental beings, while the Olympians appeared younger, composed, draped in elegant robes. Civilization had triumphed over brute nature, or so the artist liked to suggest. Historically, one might even see in this myth a reflection of cultural change, the memory of early Greek tribes overthrowing older pre-Hellenic traditions. Myths, after all, are not just stories. They are echoes of real transitions, retold until they become eternal. For Zeus, the victory marked not just triumph, but the beginning of responsibility. He was now the king of gods and men, and with that came the delicate business of keeping everyone in line. And if you've ever read ahead in Greek mythology, you'll know that keeping everyone in line would prove rather difficult. Still, on that first calm night after the Titanomachy, the heavens glowed with quiet satisfaction. The stars burned brighter. The earth lay still. And Zeus, standing atop Olympus, looked out upon the world he had remade. He had avenged his mother, freed his siblings, and fulfilled the prophecy that had haunted his father. The cycle of overthrow seemed complete, though as Greek stories remind us, no cycle truly ends. Far below in Tartarus, Cronus and his kin stirred restlessly, plotting futures that would never come. And above, in the golden air of Olympus, the young gods began their long reign, one filled with storms, laughter, and more than a little scandal. But for now, all was peaceful. The lightning had faded, the seas had calmed, and the first true order of the cosmos had been set. The Greeks would tell this story for centuries, around fires and in marble halls, not just as a tale of war, but as reassurance that chaos could be tamed, that power, at least for a while, could bring harmony. So let's leave Zeus there, the thunderbolt resting beside him, as the clouds drift gently over Mount Olympus. The stars shimmer above, the earth breathes below, and for one timeless moment the world, battered and reborn, lies utterly still. The sky has quieted, the gods have taken their thrones, and the world, freshly organised, is still young enough to sparkle with dew. Yet something is missing. The mountains are tall, the rivers are clear, but there are no humans yet. No cities, no laughter, no smoke curling from the hearth. Just the faint whisper of potential. And into that silence walks Prometheus. Prometheus was a Titan, one of the old generation, but not like his brothers. Where many Titans were vast and violent, Prometheus was a thinker. His name literally means forethought, and that suited him perfectly. He was clever, cunning, and just a little too fond of ideas that made other gods nervous. He and his brother, Epimetheus, whose name, by the way, means afterthought, were given a great task by Zeus himself, to shape living creatures to fill the new world. Epimetheus, ever enthusiastic, got to work immediately. He crafted animals of every kind, some swift, some strong, some well-armoured, others charmingly useless. By the time he was finished, the earth was bustling with life. But as you might expect from someone named Afterthought, he'd rather mismanaged the resources. He'd given claws to the lions, shells to the turtles, wings to the birds, and fur to the bears. When Prometheus came to check on his brother's progress, there were no gifts left. Nothing for the final creature on his list, mankind. Not to worry, Prometheus must have said. We'll simply make them clever. So he fashioned humans in the image of the gods, upright, curious, and capable of reason. They were fragile compared to the beasts, but their minds were sharp. Prometheus looked at them and saw something the others did not: potential. Zeus, however, was not particularly impressed. Humans were fine, of course, in small numbers, but the king of gods had no intention of letting them become too powerful. The boundary between divine and mortal was sacred, and Zeus preferred to keep it that way. Prometheus disagreed. He loved humankind, not in a sentimental way, but as a craftsman loves his best creation. He wanted them to thrive. And so he began to teach them the small secrets of civilization: how to build houses, how to measure the stars, how to write symbols in the dirt that carried meaning. He even showed them how to yoke animals and plant seeds, the beginnings of agriculture, that slow, stubborn miracle that would feed all of history. But there was one thing humanity still lacked: fire. Without fire, people were helpless. They shivered through cold nights, ate raw food, and huddled in the dark, fearing the beasts Prometheus's brother had made far too capable. Zeus had kept fire for the gods alone, a privilege of Olympus. Prometheus watched them struggle, and something in him rebelled. After all, he reasoned, what use is wisdom without warmth? Knowledge without the power to use it? And so, one evening, as the sun slipped behind Olympus, Prometheus made his decision. He climbed the mountain in secret, stepping carefully through the shadows of sleeping gods. At the summit stood the sacred forge of Hephaestus, god of fire and craftsmanship, the place where thunderbolts were made and divine metal flowed like molten gold. Prometheus reached out, took a single glowing ember, and hid it inside a hollow fennel stalk. Then, carrying that small, flickering flame, he descended to the mortal world. It was a simple act, one spark, but it changed everything. The first fires burned bright in the night, their smoke rising like new prayers. Humans gathered around them, astonished. They cooked, they forged, they warmed themselves against the dark. The fire became not just survival, but culture, a symbol of knowledge, creativity, and defiance. But, as with most acts of defiance, Zeus found out, the king of gods was not amused. To him, Prometheus's theft was more than mischief. It was rebellion. Fire was power, divine power, and the Titan had handed it to creatures who could barely make tools. Zeus decided that both humanity and Prometheus would need to be taught a lesson. He began with mankind. He ordered the creation of Pandora, the first woman, beautifully made by the gods and gifted with every charm. Her name means all gifted, though the gift, as it turned out, came with conditions. Pandora was given a jar, not a box, as later mistranslations would have it, sealed and forbidden to open. But, naturally, curiosity won. When she lifted the lid, out poured every sorrow that would ever plague humankind: sickness, jealousy, famine, old age, despair. By the time she managed to close it, only hope remained inside, fragile, flickering, but alive. And so humanity was burdened with both suffering and endurance, twin companions for the long road ahead. As for Prometheus, Zeus's punishment was creative. The Titan was seized, chained to a lonely cliff in the Caucasus Mountains, and left exposed to the elements. Every day, an eagle, the emblem of Zeus, would descend and feast upon his liver. Every night his body would heal, only for the cycle to begin again. It was not death Zeus wanted, but endless example. Now, this grim image, a chained god, defiant and suffering for his love of mankind, has fascinated storytellers for centuries. To the ancient Greeks, Prometheus was both hero and cautionary tale, the one who dared to challenge divine authority and the one who paid the price. Yet the story doesn't end there. After many ages, a mortal hero, Heracles, son of Zeus himself, came upon the bound Titan during his labours. Struck by pity, he slew the eagle with his bow and broke the chains. Zeus, perhaps amused by the irony, allowed the deed to stand. Prometheus was free at last, though still watched closely by the gods. In art and philosophy, Prometheus would come to represent the human spirit, the drive to learn, to create, to question authority, even at great cost. The philosopher Aeschylus wrote of him as the friend of mankind, while later thinkers, from the Stoics to the Romantics, saw in his story the eternal conflict between knowledge and control. Historically, the myth also reflected the ancient Greek relationship with fire itself, a sacred element that bridged mortal and divine worlds. Fire was central to worship. Altars, sacrifices, and the Olympic flame all echoed Prometheus's stolen gift. It symbolized life, but also danger. A reminder that what empowers humanity can also destroy it. Even today, the story lingers wherever invention meets rebellion. The spark of electricity, the flicker of a match, the glow of a screen, all are descendants, in a way, of that stolen ember. Every time we light something in defiance of darkness, we echo Prometheus's quiet act of courage. And, if you listen closely, you can almost imagine him still there, not chained, but watching from the mountains, amused that the fire has never gone out. The ancient poets loved to end his tale with a touch of melancholy. They said Zeus eventually forgave him, though one suspects forgave is too strong a word. The balance was restored, but the line between mortal and divine had been crossed forever. Humanity had its light, but it came at a cost. As the night settles, picture that first human fire. Its glow flickering against a cave wall, shadows dancing like new myths. The people sit close, sharing warmth, unaware that their small fire mirrors one stolen from heaven itself. Prometheus, somewhere above, smiles through the pain. The gods for once are quiet, and the flame burns on, fragile, golden, eternal. The gods are restless. Prometheus has just stolen fire and handed it to humankind, a single spark that changed the fate of the world. And, as you might expect, Zeus is not particularly pleased about it. The king of gods, sitting upon his cloud-framed throne atop Olympus, was not a fan of rebellion. He preferred his authority unquestioned, his lightning bolts polished, and his Olympian dinner parties free of insubordination. When he looked down and saw the fires of mankind spreading across the plains, saw smoke where there should have been shadow, he made a quiet vow. They will learn their place. Now, Zeus's revenge, as always, was poetic. He didn't send storms or plagues, nor did he crush cities. Instead, he crafted something deceptively gentle, a gift so beautiful that no mortal, or god for that matter, could resist looking twice. He ordered Hephaestus, the divine craftsman, to create the first woman. Not a goddess, not a nymph, but something entirely new, mortal but exquisite. Hephaestus shaped her from clay with the same care he used to forge thunderbolts. When she was finished, she was perfect, so lifelike that even the air seemed to pause and take notice. Then the other gods each stepped forward to offer her a gift. Aphrodite gave her beauty, the kind that could disarm logic itself. Athena gave her skill with her hands and an intelligent mind. Hermes gave her a silvery tongue, charm, wit, and a touch of mischief. And finally, From the graces and the hours came adornments, fine clothing, golden jewellery, and the grace of movement. They named her Pandora, the all-gifted, and just as importantly, they gave her a jar. Not a box, as later storytellers mistakenly said. The Greeks used the word pythos, meaning a large clay jar used for storing grain, wine, or, on unfortunate occasions, curses. Zeus handed her this jar himself, sealed tight, and told her it must never be opened. The reason, he explained with that charming divine authority, was that it contained blessings for mankind, and opening it too soon would ruin everything. Now, if you're familiar with Greek mythology, you can probably guess where this is heading. The gods, it seems, were endlessly fascinated by curiosity, mostly, it must be said, other people's. Pandora was presented as a gift to Epimetheus, brother of Prometheus. The same Epimetheus whose name, as you may recall, means afterthought. Prometheus had warned his brother not to accept any gift from Zeus, but Epimetheus, faced with the radiant Pandora, found his memory rather unreliable. So she came to live among mortals, and for a time all was peace. But curiosity, as the poets say, is a quiet companion. The jar sat in the corner of Pandora's home, gleaming softly, whispering its secrets. What could be inside? Treasures? Songs? The blessings of the gods? Days passed, then weeks. And one afternoon, when the air was still and the hearth-fire low, Pandora approached the jar. She touched the lid, listened. Nothing stirred. Just one peek, she thought. Surely nothing would happen if she simply looked. She lifted it, and the world changed. From the jar poured everything Zeus had hidden there. Not blessings, but calamities. Out came disease, spreading like smoke. Envy, fluttering with green wings. Hunger, pale and endless. Pride, greed, wrath, and despair. Each a spirit, shrieking, spiralling into the world of men. They scattered like dark petals in the wind, each one finding a place to root itself in human life. Pandora screamed and tried to shut the lid, but it was too late. The jar had emptied almost completely. She fell to her knees in horror, listening to the echoes fade. But then, a faint sound, a flutter, like a bird trapped inside. She opened the lid again, carefully this time, and out came Elpis, hope. The poets disagree on what happened next. Some say hope escaped and flew into the hearts of humankind, the one mercy Zeus allowed. Others say it stayed in the jar, locked away forever. A cruel joke, always out of reach. Either way, from that moment on, the world was never the same. Humans now suffered, aged, wept, and struggled. And yet they also dreamed, built, and endured. For the Greeks, this story wasn't simply a tale of punishment. It was an explanation, an ancient answer to the question, why must life hurt? You see, the Greeks didn't imagine a perfect world ruined by a single sin. Their myths weren't about innocence lost, but balance restored. The world of Prometheus's fire was too easy, too bright. Zeus, in his stern way, believed that struggle gave life meaning. Without hardship, mortals might grow careless. Without fear, they might forget the gods. In the soft logic of myth, suffering was a kind of necessity, and hope the only thing strong enough to live alongside it. Now let's pause here for a moment of quiet thought. The story of Pandora has been retold for thousands of years, often with less sympathy than it deserves. Later poets painted her as naive, vain, or foolish, the bringer of ruin. But in Hesiod's earliest version, she is more complex, not wicked, not even curious by choice, but designed that way. A being of beauty and danger. created to test mankind's resolve. In that sense, Pandora is not the villain, she's the mirror. Historically, the myth echoes older Greek ideas about women and fate. In Hesiod's time, women were seen as both essential and perilous, bringers of life, but also of temptation and unpredictability. The story of Pandora captured that tension, turning divine craft into moral allegory. Yet over the centuries, Pandora became something else, a symbol of human curiosity itself. The idea that knowledge always comes with a price. And truly, isn't that the heart of every myth? Fire brings civilization, and punishment. Curiosity opens a jar, and sorrow spills out. But also, always, something good remains. When archaeologists uncovered ancient Greek storage jars, they found them painted with scenes of everyday life. Not just wars and heroes, but women baking bread, weaving, or lighting lamps. In those simple acts, one can see the echo of Pandora's story. A world where divine gifts and mortal burdens intertwine. Some philosophers even suggested that hope's presence in the jar was the god's final kindness. That even in the worst suffering, humans would still look forward, still expect tomorrow to be better. The Greeks called that elpis, a kind of faith that the story isn't over yet. In art, Pandora was often shown standing beside her jar, head bowed, light spilling out. A moment both terrible and beautiful. The world's pain contained in her hands. And perhaps that's why her story endured. Not because it blames her, but because it understands her. We all at some point lift the lid. We all seek to know what lies beyond the warning. And when the darkness escapes, we cling, as Pandora did, to whatever light remains. So tonight, picture her standing by that jar. The air is thick with the first sorrows of the world. The fields are quiet, even the gods seem to hold their breath. But in her trembling hands, a soft light glows. The last thing left. Hope. She cups it gently, protecting it from the wind. And somewhere far below Olympus, humankind begins its long, difficult story. Warmed by fire, burdened by pain, but never entirely without that faint golden glow. The jar closes. The stars return. And the night once more belongs to silence. Tonight, our tale drifts from the bright fires of Olympus to a quieter, softer place. A field of swaying flowers under the endless Greek sky. The air smells of spring, the bees are busy, and the gods, for once, seem content. This is where our story begins. Not with war or rebellion this time, but with a mother and her daughter. Their names, Demeter, goddess of the harvest, and Persephone, her bright, laughing child. Demeter ruled over everything that grows, grain, fruit, the turning of the earth's soil. She was one of the elder goddesses, steady and strong, the provider of life's simplest and most essential gift, food. The Greeks adored her. They built temples, offered bread and honey, and prayed for gentle weather. And Persephone was her joy, young, radiant, untouched by sorrow. Together they made the world fertile. But as always, peace never lasts long in Olympus. Far below the fields, in the shadowed depths of the underworld, another god watched, Hades, lord of the dead. Now, Hades wasn't evil as later tales might suggest. He ruled his domain with order and quiet dignity. But even a god of the underworld can grow lonely. When he saw Persephone dancing among the flowers one morning, something stirred in him. An ache, a longing. And like many divine impulses in Greek myth, it was not handled delicately. One afternoon, As Persephone and her companions gathered blossoms near the plain of Enna, the ground itself trembled. A great fissure split open, and from it surged Hades in his dark chariot, drawn by horses black as midnight. Without a word, he swept Persephone into his arms and vanished back into the earth. The chasm closed, the field fell silent, and only a few petals remained, scattered on the soil. When Demeter discovered her daughter was missing, the earth held its breath. She searched day and night, lighting torches from Mount Olympus and wandering across the world. She questioned gods, spirits, and mortals alike, but none could give her a clear answer, for even the sun, who sees all things, hesitated to speak. Eventually, though, it was Helios, the sun god, who told her the truth, that Zeus himself had permitted the abduction. And that was that. Demeter, goddess of the harvest, was furious. The world reflected her grief. Crops withered, rivers slowed, and frost crept over the hills. The mortals began to starve, their prayers rising like smoke into the empty sky. Zeus, watching from Olympus, quickly realized that no harvest meant no sacrifices, and no sacrifices meant no worship. A practical problem, to say the least. So he sent Hermes, the messenger god, to the underworld to negotiate Persephone's return. Now, Hades was not unreasonable. He agreed she could go, but with one condition. Before Persephone left, he offered her a handful of gleaming red pomegranate seeds. Whether out of love or trickery, we'll never know, but she ate them. When Hermes led her back to her mother, Demeter wept with joy. The world bloomed again. The flowers returned, the rivers sang, and life resumed. But when Zeus learned of the pomegranate seeds, he frowned. The fates had spoken. Anyone who ate food from the underworld was bound to it. So a compromise was made, a delicate divine arrangement. For part of each year, Persephone would dwell above the earth with her mother, and for the rest she would return below as queen beside Hades. And thus the Greeks explained the seasons. When Persephone is above, the world blossoms, spring and summer. When she descends, Demeter mourns, and winter falls across the land. The earth itself reflects their reunion and separation. It's a simple story, and yet within it lies one of the most enduring metaphors in all mythology. The rhythm of death and renewal, loss and return, grief and hope. The Greeks didn't imagine their gods as distant. They believed the divine moved through the natural world, the dying grain in autumn, the green shoots of spring. Demeter's sorrow wasn't just celestial, it was agricultural. Every farmer who saw his field turn to stubble in winter could imagine her weeping in the cold. And every time the first buds pushed through the soil, it meant her joy had returned. This myth became the heart of the Eleusinian mysteries, the most sacred rites in ancient Greece. Held near the city of Eleusis, just outside Athens, these secret ceremonies honoured Demeter and Persephone, celebrating the promise of life after death. The participants swore oaths of silence, and even today no one knows exactly what they saw or heard inside the temple, but we know it moved them deeply. The ancient historian Cicero wrote that through those rites, men have learned to live with joy and to die with hope. To the Greeks, Persephone's descent into the underworld symbolized not punishment, but transformation. The world sleeps, it does not end. Every harvest must fall to seed before life can begin again. In that way, Persephone was not just the daughter of the harvest. She was its guardian, the goddess of the turning cycle itself. And what of Hades? He remains one of mythology's most misunderstood figures. Unlike the other gods, he did not revel in chaos or cruelty. His realm was sombre but orderly. The souls of mortals came to him not as prisoners, but as residents. He was feared, yes, but respected. And in Persephone he found a balance. Her light tempered his darkness. In art, they were often shown side by side, he pale and solemn, she radiant and calm. Their union wasn't love as we'd imagine it, more a quiet arrangement of opposites, life and death sharing the same house. The Romans later adopted this myth, naming them Ceres and Proserpina, and their story continued to explain the passing of the seasons for centuries. Even in northern Europe, long after Olympus had fallen silent, echoes of Persephone's tale survived in folklore. The sleeping earth, the waking spring, the mother's sorrow. What's fascinating is that, unlike many myths of abduction, this one ends not with escape or destruction, but with compromise. The gods, it seems, understood something we still wrestle with, that every joy must share space with sorrow, every light with its shadow. Perhaps that's why the story feels so gentle, even tragic as it is. It isn't a tale of villains and victims, but of balance, of the world learning to breathe in rhythm with loss and renewal. Imagine it now, the first chill of autumn creeping across the fields, the leaves turning gold, the air thinning, Demeter standing alone by an empty meadow. She knows her daughter will return, but for now she must wait. And somewhere below, Persephone sits beside her dark throne, her crown glinting faintly in the torchlight of the underworld. She is not afraid. She has learned its ways, the slow rivers, the quiet souls, the stillness. When she looks upward, she can already feel the pull of spring. It's not an ending, you see. It's a pause, the world's soft heartbeat beneath the frost. The next time you notice the first green shoots pushing through the soil, remember Persephone. She has returned once more, bringing life in her wake, while her mother smiles through the thaw. And when winter comes again, let it not feel cruel, but sacred, a season of rest before the next awakening. Because that's what the Greeks understood so beautifully. Death is not defeat. It is simply the earth exhaling. So tonight, let the world sleep a little, as Demeter once did. The fields may be bare, but the roots are alive beneath the snow, waiting for her daughter's return. And somewhere, deep beneath it all, Hades looks up from his silent halls and smiles. The air is still, the stars pale, and somewhere, faint and trembling, a lyre begins to play. The notes belong to Orpheus, the greatest musician of the ancient world. They say that when he played, rivers slowed, trees leaned in, and the very stones softened to listen. His music had a kind of gravity, not loud or boastful, but gentle, like the sound of someone remembering something too beautiful to bear. Orpheus was the son of Calliope, the muse of epic poetry, and Apollo, the god of music and light. From birth, he was blessed, or perhaps cursed, with sensitivity beyond the ordinary. He saw beauty everywhere, and where others spoke, he sang. And then he met Eurydice. She was mortal, soft-spoken and kind. The poets never describe her in much detail. They simply say she was everything Orpheus's music already longed for. The two fell in love quietly, as if the world had always meant for them to find each other. Their wedding was simple but radiant, full of laughter and music that carried through the olive groves. It was the kind of happiness that feels impossible to lose. But Greek myths have a particular fondness for reminding us that joy is fragile. The brighter the light, the longer the shadow that follows. Not long after their wedding, Eurydice wandered through a sunlit meadow, gathering flowers. The air was warm, the bees drowsy, and the grass shimmered gold. Then, from somewhere nearby, danger stirred. A shepherd, or perhaps a minor god, saw her and chased her. In her flight, she stepped on a hidden snake. It bit her ankle, and in a single heartbeat, her laughter stopped. By the time Orpheus found her, the world was already dimming. She was gone. His grief was immense, not the noisy kind, but the deep, hollow kind that empties everything. He stopped playing music. He stopped eating. The world without her felt unfinished. And then one morning he rose with quiet resolve and did what no living man had ever done willingly. He walked toward the underworld. He carried no sword, only his lyre. The journey was long, winding downward through caverns where the air grew cold and heavy. The entrance to the realm of the dead lay far beneath the earth, where shadows whispered and rivers murmured in the dark. The boatman Charon, who ferried souls across the black waters, hesitated when he saw him. Living men did not belong there, but Orpheus played a single note, soft as breath, and the oars moved of their own accord. Even death paused to listen. He crossed the Styx. Cerberus, the three-headed hound who guarded the gates, snarled and strained at his chains. But when Orpheus began to play, the beast lowered its heads, tails stilling in quiet wonder. And so he came before Hades and Persephone, rulers of the dead. His eyes were dim with sorrow, but his hands steady. He did not beg or bargain. He simply played. The song told them everything. Of the sunlight in Eurydice's hair, of laughter under the olive trees, of the terrible silence that followed. He played love and grief and longing, the entire weight of what it means to lose someone who still feels near. The entire underworld listened. Even the Furies wept. When the last note faded, Hades sat still, unmoving. But his wife, Persephone, whose heart understood both love and loss, leaned forward and spoke softly to him. For the first time in eternity, Hades hesitated, and then he nodded. He would return Eurydice to the living world. But there was one condition. Orpheus must walk ahead, and Eurydice must follow. Until they had both stepped into the sunlight, he could not look back. If he turned, even once, she would be lost forever. It sounded simple enough, but the gods loved their small, cruel tests. So they began the long climb upward. Orpheus walked first, the faint echo of her footsteps following behind. The path spiraled through the darkness, through shadows so deep they swallowed sound. He could not see her, could not hear her, could not reach for her hand. He told himself she was there, that each faint shift of air meant she still walked behind him. But as they climbed, the silence grew heavier. Was she truly following? Or had Hades deceived him? He wanted so badly to believe, and yet doubt, that small and terrible voice whispered in his ear. After what felt like hours, a thin light appeared ahead, the entrance to the world above. He stepped closer, closer still, until the air warmed and he could almost smell the grass again. And that's when it happened. He turned. Perhaps it was instinct. Perhaps he simply wanted to see her smile once more in the daylight. But he turned, and there she was, reaching toward him, her eyes full of love and forgiveness. And then she was gone, vanished back into the dark, her final whisper echoing through the tunnel like the last breath of a dream. Orpheus reached for her, but his hands closed on nothing. The rules had been broken, and this time even his music could not persuade the gods to change their minds. He walked back into the sunlight alone. For the rest of his life, he wandered the earth, singing songs no one could bear to hear, songs that made mountains bow and birds weep. Some say he shunned all company and lived among trees, speaking only to the wind. Others say he found peace in the end, that his music joined the stars themselves, still playing softly for Eurydice somewhere in the quiet between worlds. It's a tragic story, yes, but it's also the gentlest kind of tragedy. Orpheus wasn't punished for arrogance or pride, only for being human, for wanting too deeply to know, for loving too much to trust without seeing. In Greek thought, that was the essence of humanity. Fragile, curious, full of feeling. The gods may have power, but mortals had tenderness. And that, to the poets, was its own kind of immortality. In art, Orpheus is often shown seated by a river, playing while the wild animals gather around him, listening. He is not broken, not entirely. His loss has made him sacred, a reminder that beauty and pain are inseparable, two notes of the same song. Even the ancients saw him as more than a man. He was the bridge between worlds, between life and death, silence and sound, faith and doubt. The lesson of his story wasn't to never look back, but to understand why we do. Because love, by its nature, always wants one more glance. So tonight, imagine him sitting beneath a moonlit sky, the lyre in his hands glowing faintly. He plucks a single note, not to summon gods or charm the stones, but just to remember her. The melody rises and fades, soft as breath. Somewhere, perhaps far away, perhaps very near, Eurydice hears it. And for that moment, one quiet, eternal moment, they are together again. The song ends. The night sighs. And the world, for just a heartbeat, feels whole again. The sea is calm tonight, silver beneath the moon, and a small ship glides across it, its sails heavy with silence. Aboard stands a young man, proud, thoughtful, perhaps a little too confident for his own good. His name is Theseus, and he's sailing toward a place no one ever returns from. This is the story of the labyrinth, the twisting maze of myth, built not to keep someone out, but to keep something in. It begins, as so many Greek stories do, with a curse, a king, and one rather complicated family. Long before Theseus was born, the island of Crete was ruled by King Minos, son of Zeus and Europa. Minos was clever, ambitious, and quite certain that the gods liked him best. To prove it, he once asked Poseidon, god of the sea, to send a sign of divine favour, a magnificent bull rising from the waves. Poseidon obliged, but there was one small condition. The bull was meant to be sacrificed back to him. Minos, naturally, took one look at the creature and thought, no, I'll keep that. And from that single act of hubris, the trouble began. Angered by Minos' disobedience, Poseidon decided that if he couldn't have his bull, then no one could have peace. He cursed Minos' wife, Queen Pasiphae, to fall in love with the animal. You can imagine the gossip that caused. In time, she gave birth to something neither man nor bull, but both, the Minotaur. Half human, half beast, powerful and terrible to behold. Minos, horrified yet unwilling to kill it, ordered a craftsman named Daedalus to build a prison worthy of the monster. Daedalus, being the most ingenious man alive, constructed a maze so vast and intricate that even he barely escaped it. A place where every path twisted back upon itself, where no light reached the centre. The labyrinth. There in the shadows the Minotaur lived. But Crete's curse didn't end there. Years later, Minos' son was killed while visiting Athens. In revenge, the king demanded tribute. Every 9 years, Athens was to send 7 young men and 7 maidens to Crete, a living offering to feed the monster in the maze. And so the story finds its hero. Theseus, Prince of Athens, was young, bold, and rather tired of hearing about monsters. When the next tribute was due, he volunteered to go. His father, King Aegeus, pleaded with him to stay, but Theseus was insistent. He would kill the Minotaur and end the cycle. Before he set sail, his father gave him a simple request. When you return, if you live, change your ship's black sails to white, so I'll know from afar that you're safe, Theseus promised. The voyage was calm, but the destination was not. Crete was dazzling. Golden palaces, endless courtyards, everything smelling faintly of salt and olive oil. At its heart stood King Minos, stern and radiant, with eyes that seemed carved from the same marble as his halls. But Theseus's arrival did not go unnoticed. Watching from a balcony above was Ariadne, the king's daughter. She saw the young hero and, as happens often in these stories, fell hopelessly in love. Perhaps she saw courage, or perhaps she simply saw a chance for freedom. That night, she crept to Theseus's chamber and whispered a plan. She could help him, give him a way to find his path through the maze and return. But in exchange, he must promise to take her with him when he escaped. Theseus agreed. Ariadne handed him a simple spool of thread, a gift from Daedalus himself. "Tie it at the entrance," she said, "and unwind it as you go. When you find the beast and kill it, follow the thread home." It was such a small thing, a piece of string, and yet it would become one of the most enduring symbols in mythology, the thread of reason, the path through chaos. At dawn, the prisoners were led to the labyrinth's gates. The air inside was cold and heavy, smelling of dust and stone. The passageways stretched endlessly in every direction, echoing with distant growls. Theseus tied the thread at the door and stepped forward. The farther he went, the darker it grew. Walls seemed to shift. Footsteps echoed behind him, though no one was there. The labyrinth wasn't just a building. It felt alive, a reflection of fear itself. But Theseus pressed on, unwinding the thread as he walked, until he reached the very heart of the maze. And there it was. The Minotaur, immense, half shadow, half flesh, its breath steaming in the dark. For a long moment the two regarded one another, man and monster, bound by fate. Then the silence broke. The struggle was brutal, echoing through the stone corridors. The creature charged, horns flashing. Theseus dodged, struck, was nearly crushed. But at last, with strength and skill, and perhaps a touch of divine favour, he slew the beast. When it was done, he stood panting in the dark, the thread glinting faintly beside him. He followed it back through the maze, step by careful step, until at last he saw the first sliver of light at the entrance. Ariadne was waiting. Together they fled Crete under cover of night, sailing away before Minos discovered the truth. For a moment it seemed the story might end happily, but Greek myths are rarely kind to their lovers. When they stopped to rest on the island of Naxos, Theseus fell asleep. Some say he dreamed of Athens. Others say the gods whispered to him that Ariadne was not meant to follow. When he awoke, she was gone, left behind, perhaps abandoned, depending on who you ask. Later myths say Dionysus, the god of wine, found her there and made her his wife, crowning her with stars. It's a kinder ending than most. Theseus sailed home alone, but in his weariness and sorrow, he forgot his father's request. The ship still flew its black sails. When King Aegeus saw the dark sails approaching from the cliffs of Athens, he believed his son was dead. In despair, he threw himself into the sea, which ever since has borne his name, the Aegean. And so Theseus became king, but not without loss. To the Greeks, this story wasn't simply about heroism. It was about the complexity of triumph, how victory often comes tangled with grief, how even heroes can forget small promises that mean everything. The labyrinth wasn't only a prison of stone, it was the human mind itself, full of twists, choices and regrets. Even today, the word labyrinth lingers as a symbol for the puzzles we walk through. Love, duty, identity, consequence. All the winding paths that lead us back to where we began, wiser, but never entirely free. Archaeologists, centuries later, uncovered the ruins of Knossos on Crete. Vast, intricate, with corridors and courtyards that seemed to mirror the legend. Perhaps there never was a Minotaur, only the memory of something monstrous within us all. And if you listen closely, as the wind moves through the ruins, it almost sounds like footsteps, cautious, determined, following a thread through the dark. Theseus still walks there, in the imagination, retracing the path between courage and mistake, freedom and loss. And maybe, somewhere in another life, Ariadne waits at the end of the maze, holding the thread, forgiving him for everything. Somewhere, far from any shore, a young man sails alone, his reflection wavering in the dark water. His name is Perseus, and he's heading toward a fate that would make even the gods raise an eyebrow. He doesn't know it yet, but he's about to meet one of the most haunting figures in all mythology, a creature whose face no one can safely look upon. Her name is Medusa, and she will make him both hero and murderer in the same breath. Our story begins, as so many do, with a prophecy. King Acrisius of Argos had no sons, only a daughter named Danae. Worried that his line would end, he consulted the oracle, who delivered one of those deeply unhelpful prophecies Greek oracles were famous for. His daughter's child would one day kill him. A normal person might have taken that as a metaphor, or perhaps reconsidered his parenting style. But Acrisius, being a Greek king, chose the dramatic option. He locked Danae away in a bronze chamber so no man could ever reach her. Unfortunately for him, Zeus had a habit of taking no visitors allowed as a personal challenge. He appeared to her not as a man, but as a shower of golden light that streamed through the roof, subtle, if nothing else. From that strange union came Perseus, a child touched by the divine. When Acrisius discovered the infant, he panicked. Killing a child of Zeus was risky, even for a king. So he placed Danae and her baby in a wooden chest and cast them into the sea, trusting the waves to take care of his problem. The sea, however, had other ideas. The chest washed ashore on the island of Seriphos, where a kindly fisherman named Dicydus took them in and raised Perseus as his own. Years passed. Perseus grew strong, clever, and, most importantly for mythological purposes, brave enough to make terrible decisions. His mother, meanwhile, caught the attention of Polydectes, the island's ruler. The king desired her, but Perseus, protective and suspicious, stood in the way. So Polydectes did what all good villains do. He devised an impossible task. He declared he wished to marry another woman and asked every man on the island to bring him a gift. When Perseus arrived empty-handed, Polydectes smirked and said, "Then bring me the head of Medusa." Now, Medusa was one of 3 sisters known as the Gorgons, monstrous beings with scales, wings, and serpents for hair. Their gaze could turn any living thing to stone. 2 of the sisters were immortal. Medusa, tragically for her, was not. No one had ever faced her and lived. But Perseus, whether through divine courage or youthful optimism, agreed. "I'll bring you a head," he said, quite possibly before realizing what that meant. Fortunately, he wasn't alone for long. The gods rather liked Perseus. Or perhaps they simply enjoyed good entertainment. Hermes appeared first, swift and smiling, offering a curved sword sharper than reason itself. Then came Athena, calm and luminous, handing him a polished bronze shield. "Do not look at her directly," she said. "Look only through this." And thus equipped, Perseus set out on a quest that would take him beyond the edges of the known world. He sought the Graia, 3 ancient sisters who shared 1 eye and 1 tooth between them, passing each back and forth like a secret. Perseus, ever the polite young man, stole the eye mid-conversation and refused to return it until they revealed how to find Medusa. In fairness, it was a very Greek approach to diplomacy. Guided by their reluctant wisdom, he found the nymphs of the north, who gifted him 3 more treasures: winged sandals to carry him through the air, a cap of invisibility, and a magic pouch to hold whatever he found, or, more specifically, whoever's head he found. Armed with divine tools and youthful confidence, Perseus took to the skies. When at last he reached the Gorgon's lair, the world seemed to hold its breath. The cave was littered with statues, warriors, animals, even birds, all frozen mid-motion, their expressions caught between courage and terror. The air was heavy with silence, as though the stones themselves were listening. Perseus moved slowly, hovering above the ground on his winged sandals. The Gorgons slept nearby, their hissing hair shifting in restless dreams. Medusa lay among them, her face hidden beneath a curtain of serpents. Even asleep, she was dangerous, beauty and horror bound together in one impossible form. Holding Athena's shield before him, Perseus crept closer. The bronze reflected her faintly, a ghost of her face, soft and tragic, not the monster he had expected. In another life, she might have been loved, not feared, but fate had chosen otherwise. He raised Hermes' sword. The metal flashed once, and then it was done. The snakes fell silent, the cave filled with the faint metallic smell of magic fading. Perseus quickly placed her head in the pouch, careful not to meet her eyes, and fled before her sisters could wake. Their screams followed him into the dawn, wild, echoing cries that chased him across the sky. On his journey home, Perseus' story became a chain of small miracles. Passing over Ethiopia, he saw a princess chained to a rock by the sea. Andromeda offered a sacrifice to a sea monster. Perseus, being both heroic and perhaps showing off, swooped down, displayed Medusa's head, and turned the creature to stone. He freed Andromeda and married her, because in Greek mythology, saving someone usually came with a wedding. When he finally returned to Seriphos, Polydectes still sat smugly on his throne. "So," the king sneered, "you found your monster?" Perseus said nothing. He simply reached into his pouch, lifted the head, and showed it to him. And that was the end of Polydectes. And, incidentally, most of his court. When the deed was done, Perseus offered the head to Athena, who placed it upon her shield, the aegis, where it remained as a symbol of divine protection. As for Perseus, he and Andromeda lived long and peacefully, founding cities and raising children who would later populate half of Greek myth. Yet even in his triumph, the prophecy lingered. Years later, while competing in an athletic contest, Perseus accidentally struck an old man with a flying discus and killed him. The man was Acrisius, his grandfather. The oracle had been right all along. It's the kind of ending Greek storytellers adored, not cruel, but inevitable. Fate, after all, was the one power even the gods respected. To the Greeks, the tale of Perseus wasn't merely about slaying monsters. It was about confronting fear, the kind that turns us to stone. Medusa's gaze, they believed, symbolized the paralyzing power of terror, shame, or awe. To overcome her was to learn the art of courage, not by denial, but by reflection. Athena's mirror-like shield was wisdom itself, to face horror indirectly, with calm and clarity, until its power fades. Medusa's image would appear for centuries afterward, carved on temples, shields, and doorways, not as evil, but as protection. A reminder that what once frightened us can, in time, become our guardian. And perhaps that's why the story still endures. Perseus isn't remembered because he killed a monster, but because he dared to look, not directly, but wisely, and lived to tell the tale. So, as the stars shimmer above and the sea whispers below, imagine that bronze shield catching the faint glint of moonlight. Within it, Medusa's face sleeps quietly, no longer deadly, only sad. The waves rock the boat, the wind softens, and the hero's eyes grow heavy. The monsters are gone for now. The sea is calm again. And somewhere beyond the edge of myth, dawn begins to rise. The sea once again carries us east, past quiet islands and forgotten shores, until we find the smoky horizon of war. The air hums with tension, bronze glinting in the sun, and a young man stands at the centre of it all. Golden-haired, fierce-eyed, and doomed. His name is Achilles. They called him the greatest of the Greeks, the swift-footed son of Thetis, a sea nymph, and Peleus, a mortal king. He was born half of two worlds: divine blood in mortal flesh, strength beyond measure, yet cursed with the knowledge that his life would be short. Even as a child, the fates whispered of his choice: to live long and forgettable, or to die young and never be forgotten. You can probably guess which option he picked. When he was still an infant, his mother, desperate to protect him, tried to make him immortal. Some say she dipped him in the river Styx, holding him by the heel so that every part of him but that one was hardened against harm. Others say she anointed him in sacred fire, only for his mortal father to snatch him away too soon. Whatever the version, the result was the same. A single weakness, small and human, left untouched, the heel of legend. As he grew, Achilles was trained by the centaur Chiron, a gentle teacher who lived among the hills and taught him not just the art of war, but the poetry of it, how to heal as well as wound, how to listen to the silence between battles. Yet destiny is stubborn, and soon destiny came calling. When the Trojan War broke out, the grand, impossible conflict between Greeks and Trojans, every king and hero of Greece was summoned to sail for Troy. Thetis, knowing what awaited her son, tried to hide him. She disguised him as a girl and sent him to live among the daughters of a foreign king. but it's hard to hide greatness for long. Odysseus, ever cunning, came to the court disguised as a merchant, offering jewels and trinkets, and, mixed among them, a single gleaming sword. While the girls gasped at the jewellery, one figure reached for the weapon. Odysseus smiled. "Ah," he said, "we've found our warrior." And so Achilles joined the war. The ships sailed east across the Aegean, 1,000 of them, their sails white as ghosts. When they reached Troy, the Greeks built their camp upon the shore and laid siege to the city. For 9 long years the battle dragged on. Heroes rose and fell. The walls of Troy stood unbroken. And through it all, Achilles fought like fire. Unstoppable, beautiful, terrible. But the gods as ever meddled. They whispered in dreams, guided arrows, stirred pride where peace might have been possible. For all his glory, Achilles was not without flaws. He was proud, proud enough to argue with kings. When Agamemnon, the commander of the Greek forces, insulted him by taking his prize of honour, Achilles withdrew from battle in anger. The Greeks suffered without him. The Trojans surged forward, led by their own shining hero, Hector, noble, loyal, doomed in his own way. It was Hector who killed Patroclus, Achilles' beloved companion. Some say they were friends, others something more, but either way his death shattered Achilles' rage into grief. He re-entered the war not for glory but for vengeance. The moment he stepped onto the battlefield, the Trojans knew terror. His armour gleamed like dawn. His cry cut through the dust. He sought Hector through the clash of bronze and flame, chasing him around the walls of Troy 3 times before finally striking him down beneath the city's gaze. It should have ended there. Vengeance satisfied, prophecy fulfilled. But it did not. Achilles tied Hector's body to his chariot and dragged it across the plain, the dust rising behind him like smoke. It was a cruelty born of heartbreak, the act of a man who no longer knew what to do with his pain. Even the gods looked away. It was only when King Priam, Hector's father, came secretly to the Greek camp, an old man humbling himself before his son's killer, that Achilles' fury broke. Priam kissed the hand that had slain his child and begged for the body. "Remember your own father," he said, and in that moment Achilles did. He wept. He returned Hector's body, and for a while the war fell silent. The Iliad, that great poem of Homer, ends not with victory or defeat, but with that quiet act, mercy amid madness, a rare thing in the world of heroes. But of course, the story of Achilles doesn't end there. The poets of later generations told the rest. The Greeks eventually took Troy through cunning rather than strength, hiding soldiers within a wooden horse. But by then, Achilles was gone. His death came not in glory, but in inevitability. Apollo guided the arrow of Paris, the Trojan prince, to that single vulnerable spot, his heel. The arrow struck, and the greatest of warriors fell. The world seemed to hold its breath. Even the sea mourned. The Greeks burned his body upon a great pyre, and scattered his ashes with those of Patroclus, that they might never be separated again. His mother Thetis rose from the waves to gather his spirit. And so the mortal who had chosen fame found eternity, not through his body, but through his story. For centuries, Achilles has stood as the embodiment of that tragic Greek ideal, beauty bound to doom, strength undone by emotion. To the ancient Greeks, he was both the best and the worst of humanity, unmatched in courage, unrestrained in anger. capable of deep tenderness and terrible wrath. In art, he is forever youthful, forever brilliant, his armour gleaming as though lit from within. In poetry, his voice echoes across time, that haunting mixture of pride, grief, and longing. Even Alexander the Great, centuries later, visited his tomb and laid a wreath there, whispering that he envied Achilles not his victories, but his friend to share them with. The story is old, but it still feels strangely familiar. The rage, the love, the impossible longing for something beyond fate. These are the threads of human nature that never change. Achilles might have been a hero, but in truth, he was us. Flawed, passionate, endlessly reaching toward something greater, and breaking when he touched it. And perhaps that's why the Greeks called him swift-footed. Not because of speed, but because he lived as if he knew he was running out of time. So tonight, imagine him once more, not in war, but at the end of it. The sea wind moves through the ashes, carrying the faint sound of a lyre, the same one he learned to play as a boy on Chiron's hill. The waves whisper against the shore, and the world is quiet again. Somewhere, perhaps, his spirit still runs across the plains of Troy, tireless, golden, uncatchable. And if you listen closely, in the hush before sleep, you might almost hear him. Not shouting, not raging, but laughing softly at last, in the calm beyond glory. The war is over now. Troy is ash and silence, its towers fallen, its songs turned to dust. The heroes who fought for a decade gather what remains of their ships and sail for home. But the sea, as ever, has its own ideas about how quickly that will happen. Among them is one man, clever, restless, sharp-eyed, whose name, even after 3,000 years, still means wit and wonder. Odysseus, king of Ithaca. He's not the strongest, nor the bravest, nor the most handsome, though he'd probably argue otherwise. But he is the cleverest, and in Greek myth, cleverness is both a blessing and a curse. It wins wars. It also makes enemies. The gods had watched him for years. The man who tricked the Trojans with a horse, who thought himself almost as smart as they were. And they, as we know, don't take kindly to competition. So, while most of the Greeks sailed home safely, Odysseus' journey became something else entirely. A 10-year voyage through temptation, loss, and memory. A long road back to himself. He left Troy under fair skies, his ship creaking softly, the sea glittering like hammered gold. His crew laughed, eager for home. Wives, children, the smell of olive trees, the hum of bees. But soon the wind shifted, and from then on, his story unfolded like a dream that refuses to end. The first stop came almost gently, the land of the lotus eaters. There, his men tasted the sweet fruit of forgetfulness. It made them peaceful, content, far too content. They no longer wished to return home. They sat smiling on the sand, their eyes hazy with bliss. Odysseus, horrified, dragged them back to the ship. "We have work yet," he said, "and memories to keep." It was a small warning that comfort can be as dangerous as chaos. Next came the island of the Cyclopes, where they found great caves filled with cheese and milk, and unfortunately one very large inhabitant, Polyphemus, the one-eyed son of Poseidon. You might remember him from the story of the Titans, a distant relative of thunder and fire, now reduced to herding sheep and eating visitors. Odysseus, ever curious, stayed too long. The Cyclops trapped them and devoured several men before Odysseus, with his famous cunning, offered him wine, and told him his name was Nobody. When Polyphemus fell into a drunken sleep, Odysseus drove a sharpened stake into his single eye. The giant roared in agony, calling for help, crying, "Nobody has blinded me." And so, no one came. It was brilliant, really. Until, of course, Odysseus ruined it. As they escaped by sea, he couldn't resist shouting his real name. "Tell your father Poseidon, who bested you," he cried. And that, as they say, was the mistake of a lifetime. Poseidon, god of the sea, heard. And from that moment, every wave turned against him. Years followed. Storms. Strange islands. Enchantresses who spoke in honeyed voices. There was Aeolus, keeper of the winds, who gave him a bag filled with every gust that might harm him. His crew, thinking it was treasure, opened it, and the winds hurled them back to where they started. There were the Laestrygonians, giant cannibals who destroyed all but one of his ships. The sorceress Circe, who turned his men into pigs, though to be fair, some of them had it coming. She eventually fell in love with him and restored them, keeping Odysseus for a year before reminding him gently that home still waited. And then, after so many detours, came the underworld. There, guided by ghosts and shadows, Odysseus met the prophet Tiresias, who told him that his trials were far from over, that patience, not strength, would bring him home. He also saw his mother, who had died of grief while waiting for him. He tried to embrace her, but his arms passed through her like mist. Few passages in myth are lonelier than that. When he returned to the living world, he faced new terrors. The sirens, whose voices promised understanding and peace. Knowing their song was deadly, Odysseus ordered his men to plug their ears with wax and had himself bound to the mast. As they sailed past, he screamed to be released, wept, begged, but his men rowed on. He was the only man to hear the song and survive, though it haunted him forever. Then came Scylla and Charybdis, a monster with 6 heads on one side of the strait and a whirlpool on the other. There was no safe path. He steered close to Scylla, losing 6 men, 1 for each head, and wept as they were devoured. He landed next upon the island of the sun, where his hungry crew, despite warnings, slaughtered sacred cattle. The gods, furious, destroyed the ship in a storm. Only Odysseus survived, clinging to a broken plank as the sea dragged him toward yet another chapter. He washed ashore on the island of Calypso, a goddess who loved him and offered immortality if he stayed. For 7 long years she kept him in her golden halls, and he tried to convince himself it was enough. Food, comfort, no danger. But at night he would stand by the shore, staring toward the horizon. Immortality meant nothing if it kept him from home. Finally, the gods took pity. Hermes brought an order from Zeus himself. Calypso must let him go. She wept, but obeyed. And so Odysseus built a raft and set out once more, alone upon the sea. After storms and shipwrecks, for Poseidon had not forgiven him, he was found by the gentle Phaeacians, who listened to his tale, and at last returned him to Ithaca, home. But even then, the journey wasn't done. His house was overrun by suitors, greedy men courting his wife, Penelope, who for 20 years had waited and woven and unwoven her loom, delaying them with cleverness worthy of her husband. Disguised as a beggar, Odysseus entered his own hall. He strung his great bow, a weapon none but he could bend, and revealed himself at last. The suitors, shocked and terrified, met the fate they'd earned. The kingdom was his again. He and Penelope stood together, uncertain at first, aged by years and silence. She tested him, asked of things only he would know, and when he answered, her doubt dissolved. Their reunion wasn't fiery or loud, just quiet, exhausted relief. Two people who had both fought their own wars, finally resting. To the Greeks, Odysseus' story wasn't merely about cunning, it was about endurance, the mind's strength over the body's. The way home isn't always found on maps. Sometimes it's the long walk back to who you were before the storms. He had travelled through every kind of danger, monsters, gods, temptations, only to find that the hardest part of the journey was living afterward, remembering it all. And perhaps that's what makes Odysseus the most human of heroes. He isn't divine or perfect, or even particularly lucky. He's simply stubborn, too clever to quit, too mortal to stop feeling. He fails often, and he learns slowly, but he always continues. Homer's Odyssey ends not with a fanfare, but with stillness. Peace restored, the sea calm again. A man finally asleep in his own bed, at last. So tonight, picture him there, the candles guttering low, the waves whispering outside. Penelope breathes quietly beside him. The long war, the islands, the gods, all of it fading into memory. He turns once, just to be sure it's real, and for the first time in decades, there is no storm left to face. The wanderer has come home, and the sea, which took so much from him, sighs like an old friend at the window, forgiving for now. Good night. Now settle in, my friend. Let the noise of the day drift away like waves against a forgotten shore, and imagine for a moment that we are sitting beside an ancient hearth, its light flickering across the walls of a cave. Because tonight we're talking about giants, not the jolly friendly kind, but the one-eyed kind, the Cyclopes. Massive, shaggy creatures of legend who once shaped thunderbolts for the gods, frightened sailors in Homer's Odyssey, and left such an impression on the human imagination that, somehow, they still stand there, half seen, half remembered, peering back at us through a single eye. The name Cyclops comes from Greek, kyklos meaning circle, and ops meaning eye. So, quite literally, the circle-eyed ones. There's something unnervingly simple about that, isn't there? You can picture an ancient storyteller shrugging and saying, "Aye, they've got one eye, right in the middle." That'll do. But in those days, such a creature wasn't a silly fantasy. It was part of how people explained the world. Because when your life is surrounded by volcanic mountains, rumbling thunder, and the occasional earthquake, well, you might start imagining enormous beings hammering away beneath the earth, too. In Greek mythology, the Cyclopes were not just monsters for heroes to fight. They were part of the divine order itself. Their stories are tangled through the earliest layers of myth, older even than the Olympians. They stand somewhere between chaos and civilization, between the wild mountain and the city forge, between fear and craft. And that makes them fascinating. There are, confusingly, two kinds of Cyclopes in Greek myth. Hesiod, the ancient poet of theogony, describes the first generation of the elder Cyclopes. These were the children of Gaia, the earth, and Uranus, the sky. Their names were Brontes, Steropes, and Arges, meaning thunder, lightning, and bright. You can already tell they had rather loud personalities. They were divine craftsmen, the first smiths, and their work would shape the cosmos itself. These Cyclopes forged Zeus's thunderbolt, Poseidon's trident, and Hades' helmet of invisibility. Without them, the gods might have been left rather unarmed. Which is a funny thought, really. A pantheon of mighty deities sitting around awkwardly, waiting for a one-eyed blacksmith to finish the job. But the second kind of Cyclopes came later, centuries after Hesiod's time, and they were rather less dignified. These were the shepherd Cyclopes of Homer's Odyssey, most famously Polyphemus, the grumpy giant who kept a herd of sheep, lived in a cave, and had a rather unfortunate encounter with a man named Odysseus. We'll meet him properly later, but for now, it's worth noting how drastically the image changed. In Hesiod, the Cyclopes are divine artisans. In Homer, they're simple brutes, almost caricatures of barbarity, enormous, lawless, and rude. It's as if, over the centuries, Greek storytellers forgot that the Cyclopes were once the builders of thunder, and began to picture them as the opposite of civilization. Big, hairy farmers with terrible manners. But before we get to the blinding and the sheep, let's stay in the older world for a while, the mythic dawn. Hesiod's Cyclopes were imprisoned by their father, Uranus, deep within the earth, because he feared their power. And there they remained until Zeus, rising up against the Titans, freed them to help in his war for control of the cosmos. In gratitude, the Cyclopes forged his lightning bolts, that terrible shining weapon that would forever mark Zeus as king of the sky. It's a lovely bit of mythic logic, really. Thunder and lightning come from the heavens, yes, but perhaps they were forged in the fires of the earth. The Cyclopes, living underground, were the link between sky and soil. They gave the heavens its weapons, and in return they were allowed to exist quietly beneath it all. Now, if you've ever visited Sicily, or read ancient travellers' accounts of it, you'll know that Mount Etna dominates the landscape, a smoking, rumbling volcano that occasionally spits fire into the sky. To the Greeks, this was a perfect explanation, the forge of the Cyclopes. When Etna erupted, it wasn't magma and gas. It was the sparks from divine hammers, striking anvils deep within the mountain. The god Hephaestus, patron of metalwork, was said to have his workshop there, assisted by the Cyclopes themselves. And so myth and geography intertwined beautifully. Nature became story, and story explained nature. No need for seismology when you've got thunder-eyed giants. Even Roman poets, centuries later, couldn't resist this image. Virgil, in his Aeneid, described the Cyclopes at their forge, enormous, sweating, hammering molten metal into weapons. He wrote that their blows echoed like thunder through the caverns of Etna, shaping armour for Mars and chariots for gods. It's vivid, industrial, and strangely familiar. The image of men at work, firelight glowing on their faces, sparks flying. Only these workmen happen to be 20 feet tall and have just the one eye to keep on the job. You can imagine the safety concerns. The Cyclopes, in that older sense, were more than monsters. They were symbols of creation itself, of fire, metal, and power harnessed by human or divine hands. Some scholars think that their single eye might represent the sun, or the focus of the craftsman's vision, or even the round mouth of a volcano. Myth, after all, has a way of blending symbols without worrying too much about consistency. And in the Bronze Age world, when blacksmiths could turn rock into shining bronze, that seemed like the closest thing to magic there was. It's also worth noting that the ancient Greeks had a peculiar relationship with their monsters. They didn't always see them as purely evil. Many were born of divine parents, punished or misunderstood, often tragic. The Cyclopes, for example, were divine craftsmen enslaved, released, and then forgotten. Not villains, but workers in the machinery of creation. If you think of mythology as the poetry of an ancient world trying to explain its own complexity, the Cyclopes were a kind of allegory for human power. Strong, creative, but lacking refinement. A bit like the early stages of civilization itself. Now, while the mythic Cyclopes belong to story, it's possible that something in the real world gave rise to their legend. Across the Mediterranean, in Crete, in Cyprus, in Sicily, archaeologists have found the fossilized skulls of extinct dwarf elephants. These skulls have a large central cavity in the middle of the forehead, where the trunk once attached. To an ancient farmer or shepherd, that hollow might well look like the socket of a single enormous eye. You can almost picture a herdsman stumbling upon such a skull, brushing the dust away and muttering, "Ah, so that's where Polyphemus went." Thus, geology became mythology, and bones became bedtime stories. Even in architecture, the idea of the Cyclopes lingered. The Mycenaean walls of Tiryns and Mycenae were built with stones so massive that later Greeks believed only the Cyclopes could have lifted them. They called it Cyclopean masonry, and you can still visit those walls today. Great rough blocks stacked so high that even modern engineers scratch their heads. It's humbling, really, to think that when the Greeks looked upon the achievements of those who came before them, they simply said, "Ah, yes, must have been giants." Perhaps that's what we do too, in our own way, looking at the wonders of the past and finding something larger than life behind them. And so, before Homer turned them into man-eating shepherds, the Cyclopes were divine artisans, the builders of the gods' greatest weapons, the keepers of fire and forge. They remind us that mythology isn't just about fear, it's also about respect. The Greeks respected craftsmanship deeply. To shape metal from ore was to play a little at being divine. It's no wonder they imagined the masters of that craft as something more than human. So, as you drift now toward sleep, picture them not as monsters lurking in caves, but as patient workers under a mountain. The rhythmic hammering fades into a heartbeat. The sparks rise like fireflies. A single golden eye glows faintly in the dark, watching the world, shaping it, giving it light. And above, far above, the volcano murmurs softly, as if dreaming too. Tomorrow night, we'll step further into their legend, to the island of Polyphemus, to the meeting of man and monster, and to one of the oldest stories ever told about pride, cleverness, and the dangers of underestimating a Greek with a bag of wine. But for now, the forge grows quiet. The Cyclopes rest, their hammers cooling beside them, and the mountain sighs just once before falling into stillness. Now then, let's go back, far back, before kings, before temples, before even the Olympian gods themselves. Back to a time when the universe was a rather crowded family household, and everyone was related in ways that made family dinners deeply uncomfortable. Because tonight, we're meeting the first Cyclopes, the original one-eyed giants, born not of man, but of the very bones of the cosmos. In the beginning, as the poets like to remind everyone, there was chaos, a word that didn't mean mess quite the way it does now. It meant a yawning gap, a void of pure potential. From that emptiness came Gaia, the earth, a being of infinite patience and solid foundation. Then came Uranus, the sky, vast and brilliant, who stretched himself lovingly across her. Together they produced a generation of beings, the Titans, the hundred-handed ones, and the Cyclopes. Now, Gaia and Uranus were not exactly gentle parents. In fact, Uranus turned out to be a bit of a tyrant. He loved Gaia, but he was terrified of their children, especially the Cyclopes, whose blazing single eyes shone like molten suns. And so, one by one, he stuffed them deep into the belly of the earth, imprisoning them in darkness. You can imagine Gaia's reaction. There's disappointment, and then there's my husband just buried our children inside me. Understandably, she wasn't thrilled. The Cyclopes' names, Brontes, Steropes, and Arges, meant thunderer, lightning, and bright. They weren't just builders or brutes. They were living elements, personifications of the storm. You could almost say they were the first industrial powerhouses, loud, fiery, and impossible to ignore. But poor Gaia could only feel their strength rumbling beneath her surface, trapped and miserable. So she began to plot. And as myths tend to go, things escalated quickly. Gaia convinced her Titan son Kronos to rebel against his father. Armed with a sickle of stone, Kronos ambushed Uranus one evening, and, well, let's just say the sky was permanently separated from the earth after that. It wasn't exactly a delicate operation. When Uranus fell, his blood birthed the Furies and other rather unsettling creatures. But most importantly, the prisons of the earth loosened. The Cyclopes were finally free. For a while, at least. You see, Greek mythology doesn't really do happy endings. It prefers cycles of drama. After overthrowing his father, Kronos promptly proved he wasn't much better. He re-imprisoned the Cyclopes and their many-handed siblings, fearing their strength. He also had that famous habit of swallowing his own children whole, which rather tells you how the family values were going at the time. And so, the Cyclopes waited once more in darkness, until a younger, more ambitious god, Zeus, came to power. When Zeus decided to challenge his father Kronos for the throne of the cosmos, he freed the Cyclopes again. They emerged from their deep prison, grateful and roaring, and as a reward, they forged for Zeus his most iconic weapon, the thunderbolt. It was they too who crafted Poseidon's trident and Hades' helm of invisibility. In doing so, they helped secure victory for the Olympians in the great war against the Titans, the Titanomachy. It's not a stretch to say that without these one-eyed craftsmen, there might never have been a Zeus at all. They were the quiet engineers behind divine destiny. Now, if you're picturing them as blacksmiths in aprons, clanging away cheerfully, you wouldn't be far off, though probably with more sparks and fewer safety measures. In the myths, their forge was often placed deep inside volcanic mountains. Later storytellers, especially the Romans, said they worked beneath Mount Etna in Sicily, helping the god Hephaestus, or Vulcan as they called him, craft divine armour and weapons. When the volcano erupted, ancient people thought it was the Cyclopes at work, stoking their fires and hammering bronze. It's oddly comforting, isn't it, to imagine a natural disaster as simply a day at the office for a few noisy giants. But beyond the noise and the fire, the Cyclopes represent something much deeper. The moment when chaos became craft, when raw nature began to be shaped into order. The Greeks had immense respect for craftsmanship. A good smith wasn't just a tradesman, he was a kind of magician. To take dull stone and shape it into shining metal, that was divine work. And so, the Cyclopes became symbols of creation itself, the transformation of the earth's raw materials into tools of power. You might also notice how the gods rewarded that craft, not with gold or glory, but with gratitude. After all, the Cyclopes didn't sit on thrones or demand temples. They lived in the dark, toiled endlessly, and kept the cosmos running smoothly. There's something oddly humble about that. They're like the engineers of Olympus, unseen, uncelebrated, but absolutely essential. A bit like the people who fix your internet at 2 in the morning, except with slightly larger hammers. Of course, myths evolve with the people who tell them. By the time of Homer, centuries later, the image of the Cyclops had changed completely. He no longer lived beneath volcanoes forging lightning bolts. Now he herded sheep and ate sailors. This transformation probably says more about human storytelling than about giants themselves. In the earliest myths, the Cyclopes were divine, forces of nature. By Homer's time, they'd become a cautionary tale about civilization and savagery. They reflected the Greek belief that to live without laws or community, to live as the Cyclopes did, was to be less than human. But that, of course, is a tale for another night. Still, in these earliest stories, the Cyclopes are almost tragic figures. Born from the earth and sky, trapped by fear, freed by rebellion, and finally made servants of the gods. They shaped the very weapons that would keep them in the shadows. It's a pattern that echoes throughout Greek mythology. The creators rarely enjoy the fruits of their creation. Prometheus brings fire to mankind and gets chained to a rock for it. The Cyclopes forge lightning and vanish back into myth. It's almost poetic, if you're into melancholy, volcanic poetry. Now, let's step briefly out of myth and into the ancient imagination. When Greeks looked at mountains like Etna or Lipari, they saw more than geology. They saw breath, smoke rising like the sigh of a buried god. They didn't know about tectonic plates, magma chambers, or pressure buildup. But they did know about sound, the deep rumble that travels through rock before an eruption. To them, that was the hammer of a Cyclops striking iron. A forge, not a fault line. And so, when the earth shook, they whispered prayers to Hephaestus, to Zeus, and perhaps to the nameless one-eyed giants still working below. Interestingly, even the word Cyclopean has survived, not as a myth, but as an architectural term. In places like Mycenae and Tiryns, the Greeks found enormous walls built by their ancestors, using stones so massive they couldn't imagine mere mortals lifting them. Naturally, they decided that the Cyclopes must have built them. And so, Cyclopean masonry became a term for any wall too big to make sense. You can still stand before those stones today, sun-baked and ancient, and see exactly why the myth persisted. They feel inhumanly strong. Exactly the sort of thing a one-eyed giant might have built on his day off. And perhaps that's the lasting charm of the Cyclopes. They sit right between divine mystery and human craft. Not gods, not quite monsters. Just something larger than life, hammering away at the edge of understanding. They remind us that the world itself was once thought alive, filled with voices and fire, and the echo of unseen workers beneath our feet. So, as you close your eyes tonight, picture that first generation again. The earth and sky embracing, the thunder rolling, and somewhere in the dark, 3 great figures waking, each with a single shining eye. They stretch, pick up their hammers, and begin to build a world. a world of lightning, stone, and story. Tomorrow night we'll leave their forges behind and climb into the myths of men, to the land where Odysseus meets the Cyclops, not of thunder, but of appetite. A tale of cleverness, wine, and a very unfortunate eye injury. But for now, let the hammers quiet. Let the mountain sleep. And may your dreams be peaceful, and, hopefully, involve fewer anvils. Now close your eyes and imagine this. Far below the surface of the world, in a place where the air shimmers with heat and stone, glows like dying embers, a hammer strikes metal. The sound rolls like thunder. Sparks leap into the dark. And there, in the heart of the earth, stand the Cyclopes, the blacksmiths of the gods. It's quite an image, isn't it? 3 one-eyed giants, their skin streaked with soot, their enormous hands shaping the weapons of heaven. In Greek myth, few figures hold such a strange balance of dread and respect. They're not beautiful like Apollo, not wise like Athena, and certainly not graceful. But without them, the great drama of Olympus would be utterly toothless, quite literally unarmed. They were the divine engineers of thunder and flame. When Zeus overthrew the Titans, he didn't do it with charm or diplomacy. He did it with lightning. And that lightning, those iconic thunderbolts that crack across the sky, were the handiwork of the Cyclopes, Brontes, Steropes, and Arges, the sons of Gaia and Uranus. You might say they were the first union workers in the cosmos, forging the tools of authority while rarely getting a mention in the credits. To the Greeks, the forge was sacred. It was transformation. Base ore turned to shining bronze, chaos into order, fire into art. And no one embodied that more than the Cyclopes. In myth, their workshop was deep within Mount Etna, the great volcano of Sicily. When its slopes trembled and glowed, the ancients didn't speak of magma or tectonic pressure. They said the Cyclopes were hard at work, shaping the next gift for Zeus or Poseidon. Each eruption, they thought, was the exhale of a hammer stroke. It's a lovely thought in its way, turning terror into meaning. Because if you lived near Etna and saw the earth vomiting fire, you'd probably want an explanation too. And the giants are making lightning is a rather poetic one. Less terrifying than the gods are angry, and far more satisfying than plate movement and geothermal vents. Of course, the Cyclopes weren't working alone forever. They had a boss, the god Hephaestus, master of metallurgy and divine craftsmanship. Hephaestus himself was something of an outsider on Olympus. Lame, awkward, more comfortable with anvils than parties. So, naturally, he got along splendidly with his one-eyed assistants. Together, they forged the armour of heroes and the weapon of gods. When Achilles received his shield in Homer's Iliad, it was said to have been made by Hephaestus with the Cyclops' help. A shield so beautifully detailed that it contained the entire world, the sea, the sky, the cities of men, even fields where oxen ploughed. It was a work of art, not just warfare. A perfect symbol of creation born from destruction. The Romans loved this image too. Virgil, in the Aeneid, describes the forge of Etna with almost cinematic vividness. Flames bursting, anvils ringing, the air thick with the sound of labour. He names the Cyclopes Pyracmon, Steropes, and Brontes. Yes, they reused the names quite freely, and describes them crafting armour for Mars, the god of war. It's one of these scenes you can almost hear. A slow, rhythmic clang echoing through stone halls, the hiss of metal cooling in water, If ever there was a bedtime soundtrack for ancient mythology, that would be it. But the Cyclopes weren't merely artisans of weapons. They were creators of symbols. Each tool they forged carried meaning. Zeus's thunderbolt represented authority and divine judgment, the power to destroy or purify. Poseidon's trident symbolized mastery over the seas, and by extension, the unpredictable emotions of mankind. Hades' helm of invisibility was less flashy, but just as potent, the unseen power of the underworld. In myth, the Cyclopes didn't just make tools, they defined the very symbols by which gods ruled. That's not bad for a few one-eyed fellows who rarely got invited to Olympus banquets. You might wonder why the Greeks, of all people, gave such reverence to smiths and craftsmen. After all, theirs was a culture obsessed with beauty, poetry, and philosophy. But to them, making things was divine work. It turned the chaos of nature into something controlled, something purposeful. In a sense, the Cyclopes were the ultimate expression of techne, that sacred art of making. Every hammer stroke was an act of order in a wild world. They may have been terrifying to look at, but their purpose was deeply civilized. It's also worth noting that these myths were born during the Bronze Age, when metallurgy itself was seen as almost magical. Ordinary people couldn't understand how a lump of dull rock could become a gleaming sword. It required secret knowledge, fire, air, and the right kind of stone. So it made perfect sense to imagine divine beings doing that kind of work. In a world without factories or electricity, the blacksmith's forge must have looked like the heart of creation itself, glowing, hissing, alive. Perhaps that's why so many ancient cultures, from the Celts to the Egyptians, had gods of the forge. The Greeks just happened to make theirs cyclopean. Now, it's not all sparks and thunderbolts. In later myths, the Cyclopes met rather grim fates. According to one story, Zeus's favourite Cyclops, Argus, was slain by Apollo. Apparently, Zeus had used one of their thunderbolts to strike down Apollo's mortal son, Asclepius, and Apollo, furious with grief, took revenge on the forger rather than the wielder. It's one of those moments that remind you the Greek gods were terribly dramatic employers. Imagine spending eternity making weapons for someone, only to be struck down for doing your job too well. Still, the image of the Cyclopes persisted. They remained, in the collective imagination, as the heartbeat of divine industry, eternal workers in an endless forge. And there's something quietly noble about that. While gods bickered and heroes boasted, the Cyclopes just kept working. Their world was rhythm and fire, creation through persistence. And perhaps that's the moral hidden inside the myth, that endurance, not beauty or power, keeps the world running. Even ancient philosophers found meaning in them. Some saw the Cyclopes as symbols of unity, one eye representing one vision, one focus, one truth. Others thought their single eye was a metaphor for enlightenment, an all-seeing mind gazing into the heart of things. A bit of poetic overthinking, perhaps, but rather flattering for a race of volcanic blacksmiths. Then again, Greek myth always layered meaning like that. Each story a blend of wonder, wisdom, and the occasional terrible decision. If you listen closely, you can almost hear their forge now. The distant clang beneath the earth. The hiss of steam rising from deep stone cracks. Even in the modern world, Etna still smokes, still roars from time to time, as if reminding us that the Cyclopes haven't entirely gone away. Perhaps they're simply waiting, sleeping in the mountain's heart until the gods need them again. So, as you drift towards sleep, picture them there, massive, patient, and focused. One eye glowing like a coal, one hand gripping the hammer, the other steadying a half-formed weapon on the anvil. They strike once. The mountain trembles. The sea shivers. And somewhere above, a thundercloud gathers, the whisper of their handiwork reaching the sky. Tomorrow night, we'll leave the forge behind and climb back into the sunlight to meet the second kind of cyclopes, the ones who traded anvils for sheep and craftsmanship for chaos. A simpler life, you might think, though not one without its dangers. For now, let the sound of their hammers fade into your dreams. The fire softens to a glow, and the blacksmiths of the gods, satisfied with their work, rest at last. Let's open our eyes just a little to the earliest dawn of myth, where the world itself was still trying to decide who was in charge. Because before Zeus, before the Olympians, there was another king of the sky, and his name was Uranus, a god so vast that he was the sky, the first ruler of the heavens, husband of the earth, and, as it happens, father to a few children he'd rather not invite to family gatherings. You see, Uranus and Gaia, the earth, had quite a prolific relationship. Together they produced the Titans, a mighty generation of gods, and then came the others, the 100-handed ones, who had 50 heads and 100 arms each, which sounds like a logistical nightmare. And of course, the Cyclopes, our one-eyed giants. You might imagine Uranus taking one look at them and thinking, nope, absolutely not. And so, in one of mythology's earliest acts of bad parenting, Uranus decided to imprison his children. He shoved the Cyclopes and their many-handed brothers deep into the belly of the earth, which awkwardly also meant into Gaia herself. Now, Gaia was patient, but she was not a doormat. The constant pressure, the rumbling beneath her surface, the cries of her buried children, it all grew unbearable. And so, as the story goes, the earth herself began to plot revenge. This is the beginning of what we might call the first divine rebellion. Gaia, furious with Uranus, fashioned a great sickle made of unbreakable stone and whispered her plan to her Titan sons. Most of them hesitated. It's not every day your mother asks you to overthrow your father, after all. But one, Cronus, stepped forward. He agreed to take the weapon, lie in wait, and ambush Uranus as he descended to embrace the earth. The rest, as they say, is mythological history, quite messy, and not suitable for mealtime discussion. But suffice it to say, Uranus lost his throne, and several other things besides. With that violent act, the rule of the Titans began, and for a moment the world must have seemed quieter. Gaia's imprisoned children, the Cyclopes and the 100-handed ones, were finally freed. They stretched their vast limbs, their single eyes blinking at the light, and the earth breathed easier. For a while, balance returned. But Greek mythology never allows peace for too long. Cronus, having seized power, quickly began to resemble the very tyrant he'd overthrown. He was strong, cunning, and paranoid, always afraid that his own children might one day rise against him. So he swallowed each one as they were born: Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon. One by one, into the belly of their father they went, which seems to have been something of a family tradition by that point. It's almost comical in a dark way. These are gods, after all, yet they behave like contestants in some cosmic farce. And in all of this, the poor Cyclopes found themselves once again in chains. Cronus, fearing their power and remembering what had happened to his father, decided to lock them back up, this time in Tartarus, the abyss beneath the underworld. For creatures whose whole identity revolved around forging light, thunder, and brilliance, it must have been a cruel fate. Endless darkness, with no metal, no flame, and no purpose. It's a wonder they didn't go on strike. But myths, like storms, move in cycles. Eventually, a child of Cronus, Zeus, escaped his father's appetite. Hidden away by his mother Rhea, Zeus grew up far from the watchful eyes of the Titans. When he reached adulthood, he returned to challenge his father and free his siblings. And when the great war of gods and Titans began, the Titanomachy, Zeus knew exactly who he needed on his side. The one-eyed blacksmiths of legend, still locked away in Tartarus. So, down into the abyss he went, with his mighty lightning still only a dream. He broke their chains, called them brothers, and asked for their help. The Cyclopes, grateful and eager to stretch their arms again, agreed, and there, in the deepest pits of the earth, they built a forge that shook the world. From its fires came 3 weapons that would decide the fate of the universe. For Zeus, the Cyclopes forged the thunderbolt, brilliant, blinding, and unstoppable. For Poseidon, they made the trident, a 3-pronged spear that could stir the oceans and split the earth. And for Hades, they crafted the helm of invisibility, silent and cold as shadow. Together these gifts tipped the balance of the war. With each clash of thunder, the Titans fell, until at last Zeus and his siblings stood victorious. It's rather poetic, isn't it? The very beings once buried by the heavens now became the instruments of its new ruler, the children of earth and sky, shaping the tools that would bring order to both. And in their way the Cyclopes helped end an era of chaos. You might almost call them divine revolutionaries, though with better work ethic and fewer speeches. After the war, Zeus rewarded them handsomely, or as handsomely as immortals could manage. He gave them their forge, deep beneath Mount Etna, and the freedom to create forever. There, the rumble of their work became the heartbeat of the earth. And whenever mortals heard thunder, they said, "Ah, Zeus is at it again," never realizing that the real artist behind the storm was still labouring in the dark below. It's a strangely humbling myth. Uranus, the Sky Father, had tried to bury his children out of fear, yet it was their very strength that built the new order of the gods. Even divine paranoia couldn't silence creation. And perhaps that's the deeper message tucked away beneath the thunder. That power, when hoarded, decays, but when shared, it transforms. In freeing the Cyclopes, Zeus didn't just gain soldiers. He gained the very spark of invention itself, the fire of progress that still shapes the myths of mankind. Now scholars, ever practical, have offered their own interpretations of these myths. Some say the story of Uranus and Gaia reflects an early human understanding of nature's balance, the sky fertilizing the earth rebelling when pressed too hard. Others see it as a political allegory, a tale about tyranny, rebellion, and the inevitable rise of new orders. And of course, there are those who think the Cyclopes represent the first artisans, the blacksmiths whose forges seem to glow like miniature suns. Perhaps they say the wrath of the Sky Father was nothing more than thunder echoing off bronze. But honestly, I rather prefer the giant with a hammer version. It's more dramatic. And so, when we speak of the wrath of Uranus, of the ancient sky god who feared his own children, we're really talking about the birth of change. The universe, in myth, grows through conflict. Old powers give way to new. The Cyclopes, once outcasts, become the engineers of destiny. And somewhere between those clashes of light and darkness, the world, as the Greeks knew it, begins to take shape. So as you close your eyes tonight, imagine the forge cooling after battle. The Cyclopes sitting in silence, one polishing the edge of a trident, another gently cradling a finished thunderbolt. The air still trembles with heat, but for the first time in ages there's peace. Not the peace of stillness, but the peace of completion. Above them, the sky stretches wide and calm. No longer a tyrant, but a canvas. And if, by chance, you hear thunder in the distance, don't worry. It's only the sound of old gods turning in their sleep. Tonight, we leave the forges of the gods behind. The sparks fade, the anvils cool, and we step into another age, one where myths drift closer to men. The world has changed. Zeus now reigns on Olympus. The old wars are over, and the gods, though still meddlesome, spend more time watching mortals from afar. And it's in this quieter age that we meet a different kind of Cyclops. Not a divine smith, but a simple shepherd minding his flock, living in a cave by the sea. His name, of course, is Polyphemus. If you've heard of him before, it's likely through Homer's Odyssey, that grand old tale of a man trying, and failing repeatedly, to get home after the Trojan War. It's a story full of storms, sirens, and very poor navigation choices. But among all the dangers Odysseus faced, from enchantresses to sea monsters, few are as memorable as his encounter with the one-eyed giant of the island of the Cyclopes. Now, it's important to understand something right away. Homer's Cyclopes are not the same as the divine craftsmen of old. By the time the Odyssey was written, around the 8th century BCE, myths had shifted with culture. The Greeks had moved from rural tribes to seafaring city-states. They prized order, community, and laws, what they called nomos. And so, when Homer describes the Cyclopes, he paints them as the opposite of civilization itself. They are not lawgivers, they are not craftsmen, they have no cities, no councils, no ships, no agriculture. They live alone in caves, tending flocks, each one a law unto himself. To the Greeks, this was barbarism, an existence without reason or progress. To us, it sounds almost like a quiet countryside retreat. In Book 9 of the Odyssey, Odysseus and his men find themselves drifting to the land of the Cyclopes. The poet describes it beautifully, a wild and fertile place, untouched by human hands. The soil is rich, the grass thick, and the coastline dotted with caves. The Cyclopes live scattered across it, each in his own dwelling, neither visiting nor trading with neighbours. It's an eerie picture, a land full of abundance but devoid of society. And when Odysseus lands there, curiosity gets the better of him. He decides to pay a visit to one of these mysterious beings. Because, as we all know, in Greek myth, curiosity almost always ends terribly. He chooses the cave of Polyphemus, son of the sea god Poseidon. Now, one might think it unwise to barge into the home of a giant, but Odysseus was not known for restraints. He and his men enter the cave while the Cyclops is away, helping themselves to his cheese and admiring his livestock. When Polyphemus returns, however, the mood shifts from curiosity to panic rather quickly. He blocks the entrance with a boulder the size of a small house and eyes the intruders suspiciously. "Who are you?" he demands. Odysseus, ever the diplomat, replies that they are travellers seeking hospitality, a sacred custom in Greek culture known as xenia, the bond between host and guest. But Polyphemus, as Homer reminds us, knows nothing of such civilized niceties. Instead of offering bread and wine, he picks up two sailors and, well, eats them. It's not exactly ideal hosting. What follows is one of the most famous sequences in all of Greek literature, a mixture of terror, wit, and dark humour that shows why Homer's storytelling still works 3,000 years later. Trapped in the cave, Odysseus has to rely not on strength, but on cunning. He waits until Polyphemus falls asleep, then devises a plan. First, he offers the giant wine, strong, undiluted Greek wine, the kind that could put a satyr to bed. Polyphemus, unaccustomed to alcohol, gulps it down and grows rather chatty. When he asks Odysseus his name, the clever Greek replies, "My name is Nobody." It's a small moment, but it will prove brilliant later. When the Cyclops finally collapses in a drunken slumber, Odysseus and his men take a sharpened wooden stake, heat it in the fire, and drive it into Polyphemus's single eye. It's brutal, yes, but somehow Homer manages to describe it with the calm rhythm of a blacksmith's forge. The hissing of the burning wood, the sizzle of flesh, the roar that follows. Polyphemus howls in agony, tearing the stake free, and the other Cyclopes come running. "What's wrong, Polyphemus?" they shout through the rock. And he, blinded and enraged, answers, "Nobody is hurting me." So, of course, they leave him alone. It's a cruel bit of wordplay, but you can almost hear Homer's grin through the centuries. The next morning, as Polyphemus rolls the stone aside to let his sheep out, Odysseus and his men cling to the undersides of the animals, slipping past unseen. It's a simple trick, but one that works. Proof that in Homer's world, wit is mightier than muscle. Once they reach the shore, they sail away in silence, until Odysseus, unable to resist one final flourish, shouts back his real name. Polyphemus, in his fury, hurls enormous rocks into the sea, barely missing their ship. Then he lifts his hands and calls upon his father, Poseidon, to curse Odysseus's journey. It's a curse that will echo across the entire poem, ensuring that the clever Greek's road home is long, painful, and marked by divine vengeance. And so, with one act of pride, Odysseus turns a victory into a tragedy, something the Greeks were rather good at doing. In blinding Polyphemus, he wins the battle of wits. In boasting about it, he loses the favour of the gods. It's a neat moral lesson, tucked between the sheep and the shouting. Even heroes can talk themselves into trouble. Now, beyond the drama, there's something fascinating about what Homer does with the Cyclops myth here. He transforms them from divine smiths into symbols of what happens when civilization is absent. Polyphemus has no city, no trade, no laws, no sense of community. He lives alone, self-sufficient but empty. For the Greeks, who valued polis life, debate and order, that was the ultimate horror. To live without society was to live like a beast. And so, Polyphemus became a kind of mirror, a monstrous reflection of what humans might be without culture. It's also worth noting that Homer's Cyclopes aren't evil in the usual sense. They're simply indifferent. Polyphemus isn't malicious. He's ignorant of human ways. He follows instinct, not morality. He's not so much cruel as colossal, like a storm or a mountain. and that's perhaps why the story lingers. It's less about monsters and more about humanity facing the raw, indifferent power of nature and surviving through cleverness. Later writers, like Virgil and Ovid, would revisit the tale with sympathy for the Cyclops. In their versions, Polyphemus isn't just a man-eating brute. He's a lonely creature who falls in love with the sea nymph Galatea, only to have his heart broken. Even monsters, it seems, are allowed a little tragedy. But that too tells you something about myth. It evolves with the storyteller. In Homer's time, the Cyclops was a warning about lawlessness. In later centuries, he became a figure of pathos, proof that even giants could be misunderstood. And perhaps that's why the story of Polyphemus endures. Because somewhere between the cave and the sea, between savagery and civilization, there's something recognizably human. A need for connection. A longing for recognition. Even the one-eyed giant, roaring in pain, calls out not to be alone. So tonight, as the waves whisper outside your window, picture that dark island under the moon. Sheep bleating softly, the sea gently lapping at the rocks. In a cave on the hill, a giant sits in silence, his single eye now just an empty shadow. He listens for the sound of oars far away, and perhaps wonders if his world was really so simple after all. And with that, the island fades, the sea calms, and Odysseus, ever restless, sails on into the next dream. Odysseus, that famously clever wanderer, is about to prove that intelligence can get you both into and out of trouble, often at the same time. Because this chapter is not just about survival, it's about pride, consequence, and the fine art of keeping one's mouth shut, something our dear Odysseus never quite mastered. To set the scene properly, imagine it. A vast cavern lit by a dim fire, walls lined with heavy racks of cheese, and the floor littered with straw. At the entrance, a boulder the size of a small hill seals the opening. Outside, you can hear the sea, that soft rhythmic hush that sounds almost like breathing. And there, towering over a trembling group of Greek sailors, stands Polyphemus, the one-eyed son of Poseidon, a being both magnificent and horrifying. His single eye gleams like a polished shield in the firelight, and when he speaks, the sound rolls through the cave like distant thunder. Odysseus, ever the opportunist, had come seeking hospitality, the sacred Greek tradition of Xenia. But Polyphemus, as Homer makes clear, is no friend of custom or law. He has no need for gifts, no temples, no god save his father the sea. He simply takes what he wants. And on this particular evening, what he wants is dinner. Unfortunately, that dinner happens to include two of Odysseus's crewmen. Now most men would panic at such a moment, but Odysseus was not most men. He was, as the ancients like to say, polytropos, of many turns, a mind that could twist its way out of any snare. So, as Polyphemus chews thoughtfully on his guests, Odysseus begins to plan. He can't fight the giant. The man could lift a ship's mast like a twig. He can't run. The cave is sealed. So he does what Greeks have done best for centuries. He talks. With a bow and a charming smile, or whatever passes for charm under the circumstances, he offers Polyphemus wine, rich, dark, and dangerously strong. The Cyclops, who has never tasted anything so fine, downs cup after cup. His speech grows slurred, his laughter fills the cave, and at last he looks down at the tiny stranger and asks his name. And here comes one of those clever little twists that make the Odyssey so satisfying. Odysseus replies, "My name is Nobody." It's not the most heroic alias in history, but it will do. Polyphemus grins, or perhaps just drools, and promises to eat nobody last, as a gesture of gratitude. A terrible deal, really, but Odysseus isn't expecting him to remember it. When the giant finally collapses into sleep, the Greeks spring into action. They find a massive olive wood stake, thick as a tree trunk, and sharpen one end to a cruel point. Then they heat it in the fire until it glows red. It's a terrifying image. 6 men standing around the sleeping form of a monster, the flames dancing over their faces. Homer describes the moment with eerie precision. The hiss as the wood drives into the eye, the sizzle like iron plunged into water, and the roar that follows, shaking the very walls of the cave. Polyphemus thrashes, screaming, tearing at the stake. The smell of smoke and blood fills the air. The sailors scramble for cover as the Cyclops gropes blindly around the chamber, bellowing for help. Outside, the other Cyclopes come running, calling to him through the rock. "What's the matter, Polyphemus?" they shout. "Who's hurting you?" And from within the cave, he howls back, Nobody is hurting me." So, of course, they leave him alone. You can almost hear Homer's chuckle echoing through the centuries. The joke is as old as language itself, and still works beautifully. By morning the cave is silent, except for the sound of sheep bleating. Polyphemus, blinded and miserable, pushes aside the stone to let his flock out to graze. But Odysseus, not yet done with cleverness, ties his men beneath the woolly bellies of the animals. When the Cyclops reaches down to feel for intruders, he touches only soft fleece. The Greeks slip past unnoticed, holding their breath, until at last they reach the shore. There, beside their ship, Odysseus should have left quietly. He could have sailed away unpunished, unpursued, a hero of pure cunning. But pride always finds a way. As the wind filled his sails, he couldn't resist calling out. "Polyphemus," he shouted across the waves, "if anyone asks who blinded you, tell them it was Odysseus, son of Laertes, from Ithaca." You can almost imagine his crew groaning in disbelief, because with that one boast, everything changes. Polyphemus, staggering to the cliff's edge, lifts his hands to the sky. He calls upon his father, Poseidon, god of the sea, to avenge him. "Grant that Odysseus may never reach his home," he cries, "or if fate decrees he must, let him come late, in pain, with all his companions lost." It's a chilling curse. And of course it works. The rest of Odysseus' journey will unfold beneath its shadow. Storms, shipwrecks, temptations and loss. All because he couldn't resist saying his own name. And that's the heart of this story. The balance between cleverness and hubris. Odysseus wins by wit, but loses by ego. He's a reminder that even the sharpest mind can be undone by pride. The Greeks called it hybris, the dangerous arrogance that offends the gods. And Homer, ever the poet of human folly, gives us here the perfect illustration. A hero smart enough to trick a giant, and foolish enough to tell him about it. But let's not forget the Cyclops himself. In Homer's telling, Polyphemus is monstrous, yes, but also strangely human. He has a father, a home, and a quiet life before this intrusion. He tends his sheep. He sings to them. Badly, perhaps, but sincerely. He even follows his own kind of order, simple though it may be. In some ways, he's as much a victim as Odysseus. A creature living peacefully until a stranger arrived, lied to him, blinded him, and mocked him on his way out. It's a different sort of tragedy when you see it that way. Later poets certainly thought so. In Roman myth, Ovid and Virgil softened the Cyclops' image. Their Polyphemus is lonely rather than savage, hopelessly in love with the sea nymph Galatea, who doesn't quite return the affection. He sits on the rocks, gazing at the sea, singing clumsy songs of love. It's a rather touching picture. The once terrifying giant turned into a symbol of unrequited affection. It shows, I think, that even monsters evolve with the cultures that tell their stories. What begins as terror can end as tenderness. Still, Homer's version endures because it captures something essential about the human condition, the tension between intelligence and restraint. We admire Odysseus for his wit, yet we wince at his vanity. We fear Polyphemus, yet we pity him too. And between them lies the eternal question: what does it really mean to be civilized? Is it cleverness, compassion, or simply the ability to stop talking when you've already won? So, as the scene fades, the sea calm, the cave silent, we're left with two figures: a clever man and a wounded giant. Both victims of their own nature, both shaped by pride and pain. The island grows smaller as the ship sails away, and the last sound we hear is the slow crash of waves against the rocks. Poseidon stirring. Perhaps there's a lesson in that sound, that even the greatest triumphs can carry their own curses, that silence sometimes is the wisest victory, and that somewhere, deep within us all, there's a little of both Odysseus and Polyphemus, clever and clumsy, brave and blind. So tonight, let the sea lull you to rest. Imagine the waves as whispers from the ancient world, retelling the tale in endless rhythm. And if you dream of thunder on the horizon, it's only the echo of a god listening to his son's cry, still rippling through eternity. There's a moment after the noise of Odysseus and Polyphemus fades, when the mind begins to wonder, where did all this come from? Who first imagined a one-eyed giant living in a cave? Was it merely the spark of a poet's fancy, or something deeper? Perhaps even something real? Because behind every myth, there's often a faint outline of truth, like an ancient painting fading under layers of dust. And tonight, we'll brush that dust away gently to glimpse what might lie beneath the legend of the Cyclopes. Let's begin with the simplest possibility. The ancient Greeks didn't entirely make them up. Or rather, they didn't have to. All across the Mediterranean, from Crete to Sicily, from Cyprus to the Greek mainland, strange bones began to appear. Great skulls, bleached by the sun, embedded in rock, with gaping holes in the centre of the forehead. To us, they're recognisable at once. The fossilised remains of prehistoric elephants and mammoths. But to a shepherd or fisherman thousands of years ago, they must have been astonishing. A human-like skull, but far too large, with what appeared to be a single eye socket staring out from the centre. And so, perhaps, the first Cyclops wasn't born in a poem, but unearthed from the earth itself. You can almost imagine the scene. A farmer on a hillside, digging into soft limestone, uncovering the curved tusks, the vast jaw, and that mysterious hollow. He runs to his neighbours shouting, "A giant! A monster from before the gods!" And just like that, myth takes its first breath. Fossils, after all, were the storytelling stones of the ancient world, strange remnants that begged for explanation. And the Greeks, being a deeply imaginative people, never left a mystery unexplained for long. To them, those bones were proof that giants once walked the earth. The Cyclopes, the Titans, the heroes of a vanished age. But there's another, subtler kind of truth hidden in these stories, a cultural one. Myth, in its own way, acts like a mirror, reflecting not what people saw, but what they feared and valued. The Cyclopes of Homer's Odyssey weren't just monsters for the sake of entertainment. They represented everything the Greeks considered uncivilized. No cities, no laws, no agriculture, no government, just raw, solitary existence. To the ancient mind, this was almost unthinkable. They saw themselves as the inventors of order, of democracy, art, and architecture. And so, when they imagined the opposite of all that, they imagined the Cyclopes. You could say that Polyphemus wasn't merely a giant with one eye. He was a metaphor, a reflection of the Greek fear of chaos, of life without structure, the kind of existence that belongs to beasts, not men, and that perhaps is why Odysseus's victory over him mattered so deeply. It wasn't just cleverness triumphing over strength. It was civilization triumphing over savagery. Each time the story was told, it reaffirmed the Greek belief that order was fragile but precious, that even in the face of monstrous power, wit and reason could prevail. Now, as centuries passed, the Cyclops evolved, shifting shape as all myths do. The blacksmith Cyclopes of Hesiod, those mighty forgers who gave Zeus his thunderbolt, represented creativity, divine skill, and progress. But Homer's shepherd Cyclops symbolized something entirely different: isolation, ignorance, and brutality. Two sides of the same mythic coin, one creative, one destructive, each reflecting humanity's complicated relationship with its own power. And if you think about it, that's rather timeless, isn't it? The same hands that build can destroy. The same fire that warms can burn. Perhaps that's what the ancients sensed in the Cyclopes. The double-edged nature of strength. The forge and the fist, the craftsman and the beast. The Romans, as usual, added their own spin. Writers like Virgil and Ovid turned the Cyclops into something more tragic. Lonely figures labouring under volcanoes or singing mournfully by the sea. Their Polyphemus, for instance, became a lovesick creature, hopelessly enamoured with the sea nymph Galatea, who preferred a mortal man instead. In his jealousy, the Cyclops crushed his rival beneath a rock. But in Roman hands, even that act wasn't framed as evil so much as clumsy heartbreak. It's as if humanity was learning to see its monsters as flawed souls rather than faceless terrors. And perhaps that's why the Cyclops remained so memorable. Because unlike many mythical beasts, he isn't entirely other. He speaks, he herds sheep, he drinks wine. He even dreams of companionship, in his own rough way. He's a creature of edges, half man, half myth. A reminder that monstrosity isn't always found in shape or size, but in isolation, ignorance, or pride. It's tempting, too, to see in these myths echoes of real encounters. The Greeks were great travellers, sailors who ventured across seas and met foreign peoples whose customs differed wildly from their own. To them, those who lived without Greek language or law were called barbaroi, barbarians, the people whose speech sounded like nonsense. And so, when they told stories of the Cyclopes, they might also have been talking about those distant, unfamiliar tribes, strange shepherds in the hills, who lived apart, who didn't share bread or ritual, and who seemed, to Greek eyes, half human, half wild. But there's another layer still, quieter and more psychological. In every generation, the Cyclops can represent the part of us that sees the world through a single lens. One eye, one perspective. He lacks depth, literally and metaphorically. He cannot see as we do. He can only look straight ahead. Perhaps that's why he's always tricked by cunning and misdirection. He doesn't lack strength, but insight. He's powerful, but blind. Not just physically, but philosophically. And that, I think, is why the myth endures. Because it's never really about a monster at all, but about the limits of vision, our own included. It's fascinating too how the Cyclops has lingered in our imagination long after the ancient poets fell silent. Artists in the Renaissance painted him as both terrifying and pitiful, a figure of brute emotion. Romantic poets like Alfred, Lord Tennyson and Shelley saw in him the raw, unrefined energy of nature itself. Beautiful, dangerous and unthinking. Even in modern fantasy, echoes of the Cyclops appear. In the lumbering giants of fairy tales, the misunderstood beasts of literature, and the villains who see the world only one way. He's not gone. He's evolved. And yet, behind all those layers of interpretation, fossil, metaphor, moral, and art, there's still something ancient and elemental about him. The Cyclops is the roar in the mountain, the spark in the forge, the storm rolling across the sea. He's the reminder that nature is older, larger, and wilder than we are, but also that we share something with it. A single eye of awareness, blinking open, trying to make sense of the light. So tonight, as you drift towards sleep, picture that image. A quiet island under the stars. A cave that once echoed with thunderous voices now sits empty, filled only with the sound of wind. The sea laps gently at the shore, washing away footprints too large to be human. And somewhere far below, in the deep heart of the earth, the Cyclopes of old still hammer faintly, shaping the fire that lives in every story we tell. Because the real monsters beneath the myth were never beasts at all. They were reflections, shadows of ourselves, cast on the cave wall of imagination. And now the forge grows quiet. The sea softens to a whisper, and the giants, both real and imagined, fade peacefully into dreams. There's something rather charming about the way myths refuse to stay still. They wander like old travellers, changing their clothes with every age they pass through. And few have wandered so far, or lasted so long, as the Cyclopes. Once divine blacksmiths of thunder, then lonely shepherds on forgotten islands, they would go on to become symbols, curiosities, even tragic heroes in the centuries that followed. Tonight, we'll follow their trail through time, from the poets of Rome to the brushstrokes of Renaissance painters, and see how these one-eyed giants became part of the great, shifting tapestry of Western imagination. Let's begin where we last left them, in the Roman world. The Romans adored Greek stories, but could never resist rewriting them with their own flair. To them, the Cyclops wasn't just a monster or craftsman. He was a reflection of raw, untamed emotion. The Roman poet Virgil, in his epic Aeneid, gives us a striking image of them, not as barbaric shepherds, but as industrious smiths still working under the fiery belly of Mount Etna. He describes them with almost military precision, hammering molten metal, sparks flying, the ground trembling with every blow. It's a vision of disciplined chaos, power contained, but always threatening to break free. And there's something profoundly Roman about that, order maintained through strength. A little later, the poet Ovid takes the Cyclops in a different direction entirely. In his Metamorphoses, he tells of Polyphemus again, but not the man-eater of Homer. Instead, we meet a lovesick giant, clumsy and tender, pining for the sea nymph Galatea. Gone is the monstrous brute of the Odyssey. Here stands a lonely soul, sitting on the cliffs, singing awkward songs about love, while his sheep bleat around him in sympathy. He even tries to make himself seem appealing, boasting that his cave is spacious, his cheese abundant, and his flocks impressively fluffy. It's the sort of romantic pitch that might have worked. Had Galatea not been already in love with someone else, a mortal named Acis? When Polyphemus discovers this, jealousy overwhelms him. In a fit of rage, he hurls a boulder that crushes poor Acis, who is mercifully transformed by the gods into a river. It's a tragic story, but Ovid tells it with such lyrical beauty that even the Cyclops seems less villain than victim. A creature undone not by cruelty but by longing. And that perhaps was the beginning of the Cyclops' transformation from monster to metaphor. As the centuries rolled on, artists and philosophers began to see in him something recognizably human. Loneliness, strength, and the desire to be understood. Even the single eye took on new meanings. No longer a deformity, it became a symbol of focus, of unity, or, depending on the thinker, of limited perception. To medieval scholars, the Cyclops was a moral allegory, a creature with one eye fixed on earthly matters, blind to the divine. To Renaissance humanists, he became a symbol of unshaped potential, strength without wisdom, art without refinement. And to painters, he was simply irresistible. The Italian masters loved the drama of myth. In the 16th and 17th centuries, artists like Annibale Carracci, Poussin, and later Goya would bring the Cyclops to life in oil and pigment. In these paintings, he's no longer a savage caricature, but a figure of startling pathos. Huge, yes, but strangely gentle, almost melancholy. Carracci's Polyphemus and Galatea shows the giant gazing from his rocky perch, lute in hand, trying to charm the nymph with music. Poussin paints him with a soft, almost wistful expression, framed by clouds and sea spray, as though he's not a monster at all, but a man out of place. Even Goya, centuries later, in his haunting sketches, saw something tragic in that single unblinking eye. A window not to rage, but to solitude. It's fascinating, really, how the passage of time softened him. What terrified the ancient Greeks became for later generations a figure of empathy. It's as though humanity gradually learned to recognize its own reflection in the faces of its old monsters. The Cyclops, once a warning against savagery, became an emblem of misunderstood strength. A reminder that even power can be lonely when it stands apart from others. And perhaps this shift tells us as much about us as it does about the myth. In the classical world, monsters represented the boundaries of civilization, the things that lay outside the city walls, beyond law and order. But by the Renaissance, as humanism flourished and the world expanded, those boundaries blurred. Explorers sailed across oceans. Scholars rediscovered lost philosophies. And artists began to wonder whether the monstrous might simply be what we have yet to understand. The Cyclops became, in that sense, a perfect metaphor for curiosity itself, a being with one great unblinking eye forever searching for meaning. Even in literature, his shadow lingered. In Dante's Inferno, the Cyclopes appear among the Titans and rebellious angels, reminders of primal rebellion against divine authority. In later poetry, the Romantics saw in him a wild majesty, a symbol of the raw power of nature. Alfred, Lord Tennyson, in his retelling of The Lotos Eaters, spoke of cyclopean cliffs that mirrored the vast, unmoving stillness of the mind. And Shelley, ever the visionary, used the image of the Cyclops' forge to describe the stormy creativity of the human spirit, destructive and beautiful in equal measure. Even the very word cyclopean has survived into our everyday language. Architects still use it to describe the colossal stone walls of Mycenae and Tiryns, built with such massive blocks that ancient Greeks believed only giants could have raised them. Those walls still stand today, sun-warmed and immovable, a quiet testament to the myth's endurance. To stand before them is to feel, if only for a moment, the same awe that once filled the poets, the sense that the world was made not just by men, but by something older, larger, and infinitely more mysterious. And so the Cyclops, that one-eyed wanderer of myth, passes through history, sometimes feared, sometimes pitied, but never forgotten. He appears wherever we confront the tension between might and mercy, vision and blindness. He's the artist's muse, the philosopher's metaphor, the archaeologist's puzzle, and the storyteller's companion. Each age reshapes him, just as he once reshaped metal at his forge. If you listen carefully, you can almost hear the echo of that hammer still, not the booming clang of violence, but the slow, rhythmic music of creation. The Cyclopes, after all, were builders as much as breakers. And perhaps that's why they remain in our imagination, because they remind us that even what frightens us can create beauty. So tonight, as the world grows quiet, imagine them once more. Deep beneath Mount Etna, the air glows with a soft, red light. 3 giants work patiently at their anvils, forging not weapons this time, but stars. Sparks that drift upward through the rock until they scatter across the night sky. Above them, on a lonely cliff, Polyphemus sits, still watching the sea, his heart a little lighter, his songs a little sweeter. And the gods, somewhere far beyond the clouds, smile faintly, as if even they have forgiven the one-eyed giants at last. The hammer slows, the forge cools, the fire dims, and in that fading glow, the Cyclops becomes not a monster or myth, but simply a story, one told and retold across millennia, until even we, half dreaming, carry it quietly within us. There's a peculiar comfort in firelight, that quiet flicker, the low crackle, the way it draws you in without demanding anything at all. For the ancient Greeks, that glow wasn't just warmth or light. It was life itself, the gift of the gods, the essence of creation. And for the Cyclopes, that fire was more than metaphor. It was their craft, their art, and their punishment. The endless labour of shaping the world beneath the mountain skin. Tonight, we'll go down again into that furnace of myth, to listen to the heartbeat of the earth, the steady rhythm of the fire and the forge. Long before poets gave us gods with human faces, fire was sacred. It burned on every altar, flickered in every home. And somewhere along the way, people began to imagine that it came from beneath their feet, from within the very bones of the world. That's where the Cyclopes lived, deep under mountains, in glowing caverns where rivers of molten rock flowed like living veins. The ancients didn't yet know about magma or pressure, but they knew the ground breathed and groaned and occasionally roared. And in that sound they heard hammers. They heard the Cyclopes. Their forge, they said, lay under Mount Etna, that great smoking giant on the island of Sicily. To this day, Etna rumbles and spits with restless energy, its slopes veined with fire, its summit glowing faintly at night. The Greeks watched it with awe and a touch of fear. To them, it wasn't a volcano. It was the workshop of Hephaestus and his one-eyed assistants. When it erupted, it was the flash of molten metal being shaped into weapons, or the sparks that flew as Zeus's thunderbolts were born. It's easy to forget now how alive the world felt to them. The earth wasn't a thing, it was a being. Mountains breathed, rivers sang, and fire was a kind of divine speech. Every tremor, every rumble had meaning. The Cyclopes were not merely mythic brutes. They were how people made sense of the earth's deep, unknowable power. And if you lived on an island that occasionally exploded, the idea of fiery giants hammering beneath it was strangely reassuring. At least there was someone down there, even if they were noisy. Of course, the fire and the forge had another patron, Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths and craftsmen. He was no warrior or trickster, no thunder-hurling ruler, just a quiet worker, lame and patient, shaping beauty from chaos. And it was the Cyclopes who helped him. Together they forged the armour of the gods. Ares' gleaming sword, Athena's spear, Apollo's shining bow. Even mortals, on rare occasion, benefited from their labour. In Homer's Iliad, the shield of Achilles, that masterpiece of art and symbolism, was said to be the work of Hephaestus's divine forge. One imagines the Cyclopes assisting him there too, sparks reflecting in their single eyes, turning the chaos of war into something almost poetic. It's a curious thought, really. The same hands that once forged thunderbolts now shaping art. It tells you something about how the Greeks understood creation. Destruction and creation weren't opposites. They were partners. Fire consumes, but it also purifies. A forge can melt, but it can also give new form. The Cyclopes lived right at that balance point, between ruin and renewal, between wrath and wonder. They were creatures of transition, always turning one thing into another. Now, as centuries passed and science crept into places where myth once ruled, people began to explain volcanoes differently. They spoke of gas, of lava, of geological pressure. But even so, the old stories refused to fade. Etna remained, as it still does, an emblem of mystery, a mountain where gods might still sleep. And the Cyclopes, though banished from belief, remained in imagination. Even the Romans, for all their engineering, never quite gave up the poetry of the forge. They still pictured Vulcan and his assistants deep underground, hammering away with divine precision. Every time the ground shook, someone somewhere muttered, "Ah, the smiths are working again." In a sense, the Cyclopes were the original symbols of industry, the workers who keep the world running while others take the credit. You never see them at Olympus's banquets, raising goblets of ambrosia. They stay below, unseen, covered in soot, their great shoulders moving in rhythm. There's something oddly noble in that, perhaps even relatable. They are the eternal craftsmen, quietly labouring while gods and heroes make noise above. And yet, there's another side to that image, the loneliness of creation. Down in their glowing caverns, surrounded by fire and echo, they have no company but their tools and their thoughts. Theirs is the solitude of the maker, the isolation that comes with great work. It's the same solitude that artists, inventors, and dreamers have felt ever since. You can almost see one of them pause mid-strike, wipe the sweat from his brow, and wonder if anyone above even knows who made the lightning. In that way, the Cyclopes embody a quiet truth about humanity itself, our need to create even when no one is watching. We forge, we build, we craft stories and songs, not because we must, but because it's in our nature. The Greeks saw this, and they gave it a face. A big, one-eyed face, admittedly, but a face nonetheless. And perhaps, if you strip away the myth and the magic, what remains is that same flicker of fire, the creative spark. For the ancients, fire was divine. For us, it's inspiration. Both can warm, both can destroy, both can transform the world. And both, in their way, are forged from the same flame. It's easy to think of myths as relics, stories from a time when people didn't know any better. But perhaps they knew exactly what they were doing. They weren't just explaining eruptions or earthquakes. They were giving meaning to work, to art, to persistence. The fire and the forge weren't simply physical forces. They were metaphors for life itself. Effort, transformation, creation from chaos. In that sense, the Cyclopes never really disappeared. They simply moved, from the heart of mountains to the hearts of makers. So, as we imagine them now, let's do so gently. The forge is quieter than before. The fire burns lower, more golden than red. A single giant sits beside it, polishing a half-finished blade, its surface reflecting tiny sparks of light. He is not angry, nor proud. He simply works, because work, in its own way, is prayer. Outside, the wind hums softly over the slopes of Etna, carrying with it the faint scent of ash and the whisper of myth. And somewhere above, lightning flickers. A distant storm rolls over the horizon, and for a moment you can almost believe that Zeus still hurls the bolts that were born in that forge. But the Cyclopes don't look up. They keep their focus. They always have. So tonight, as you drift towards sleep, imagine that sound. The deep, steady rhythm of the hammer. Not violent, not hurried. Just steady. Each strike melting chaos into form. Each echo shaping something beautiful in the dark. The fire breathes, the forge hums, and the one-eyed giants of old continue their quiet, eternal craft. And perhaps that's how creation truly works. Not in thunder, but in patience. Not in power, but in persistence. The Cyclopes taught us that, without ever saying a word. There's a quiet that comes after a story ends. A kind of stillness, like the echo of a hammer long since fallen silent. And in that quiet, the Cyclopes remain. They've gone from the forge to the poem, from the cave to the canvas, from myth to memory. But every now and then, in thunder, in fire, in the rumble of the earth, it's as if they stir again, reminding us that myths never truly vanish. They just change shape. They echo. When the ancient world faded and its temples crumbled, the old gods went with it, at least officially. But the stories stayed. The Cyclopes survived not as living giants, but as ideas. They became shorthand for anything colossal or primeval. Cyclopean walls, Cyclopean storms, Cyclopean might. Their single eye turned from a mark of monstrosity into a symbol of focus. One vision, one purpose. And in that way, they slipped quietly into culture's bloodstream, unseen but enduring. Even the landscapes that once inspired their stories kept whispering of them. Mount Etna still smokes above the Sicilian coast, and locals even now speak of it with a kind of reverence. Each tremor, each plume of ash feels like a heartbeat, not just of geology, but of mythology. They say that when the mountain glows red at night, it's the Cyclopes at work again, stoking their ancient forge. Of course, we know better now. Pressure, magma, tectonic plates. But somehow, the scientific version feels less poetic. And maybe that's the point. The Cyclopes gave us something science can't. A way to feel awe without understanding everything. For the Greeks, awe, or thorma, was sacred. It was the emotion that opened the door to philosophy, the beginning of wonder. And so, when they saw fire bursting from mountains, or lightning splitting the sky, they didn't just see danger. They saw the hand of something magnificent. The Cyclopes embodied that feeling, the combination of fear and fascination, the beauty of raw power. They were, in a sense, the first expression of humanity's relationship with the sublime. Not quite gods, not quite monsters, but something in between. Even later, when Christianity swept across the ancient world, the Cyclopes never fully disappeared. Medieval scholars, ever fond of allegory, reinterpreted them as symbols of moral blindness, creatures who could see the material world, but not the divine. Their one eye became a warning. To look too narrowly, to see only with the flesh, was to miss the greater truth. It was, in its way, a theological reimagining of Homer's old lesson. The Cyclops who devoured men but lacked vision became the soul consumed by ignorance. And so the myth survived, cloaked in new robes, but still recognizable beneath. In time, the Renaissance rediscovered them again, not as demons, but as curiosities. Artists filled their studios with sketches of ancient giants, scholars filled their studies with commentaries on Hesiod and Homer, and the Cyclopes returned to polite society. Only now they were treated with empathy. Painters like Polidoro de Caravaggio and Poussin depicted them not as savages, but as solitary figures framed by light and shadow, their single eyes wide with wonder or sorrow. They were no longer villains. They were misunderstood souls. It's rather touching, really, to think that after centuries of being feared, the Cyclopes finally got good press. And then, as the modern world took shape, they changed again. Poets of the 18th and 19th centuries, those romantics who found beauty in storms and solitude, began to see the Cyclops as a symbol of the natural world itself, vast, untamed, and indifferent to human concerns. To Lord Byron, the volcano was sublime. To Tennyson, the cliffs were cyclopean, towering, ancient, unbothered. And to painters like Goya, the one-eyed giant became the embodiment of melancholy strength, the creature who sees everything but can change nothing. A bit like humanity when you think about it. By the time we reach the modern era, the Cyclops has become almost comforting. He appears in fairy tales, in children's books, even in films, softened, rounded, occasionally wearing trousers. His ferocity tamed, his loneliness emphasized. We no longer fear him. We invite him to dinner. He's part of our collective imagination, sitting quietly beside dragons and mermaids and all the other impossible things that remind us how possible imagination really is. And yet, the original resonance, that hum of awe beneath the story, remains. When the ground trembles, when a storm flashes, when we stand before something vast and powerful, the Cyclops stirs. He is our reminder that the world is still full of mystery, that for all our maps and measurements, there are forces older than understanding. He's the sound in the mountain, the glow in the forge, the whisper that says there's more beneath the surface. Perhaps that's why myths like this survive. They aren't just entertainment, they're emotional architecture. They give shape to things too large or abstract to grasp. Fear, loneliness, creation, wonder. The Cyclops wears them all. He's a vessel for what it feels like to live in a world that's both beautiful and dangerous. He tells us gently that to be human is to see through one eye and imagine the rest. And if you look closely, echoes of him appear everywhere. In the mason's wall that defies centuries of weather, in the artist's studio, lit by a single lamp, in the engineer's spark, the writer's pen, the craftsman's patience. Each, in their own way, carries the fire forward, that same divine spark the Cyclopes once guarded in the dark. We've simply inherited the forge. It's funny how myths circle back like that. The Cyclops began as a maker, hammering lightning for gods, then became a destroyer, devouring sailors and smashing men, and at last returned to being a maker again, this time through us. Every act of creation, every spark of inspiration is a quiet echo of their fire. The story has come full circle. So, as we reach the end of this long, winding journey, from the heavens to the mountains, from Homer's verse to the modern dream, take a moment to picture it all. The forge is dim now. The air is warm, the stones glowing with the faintest red. The Cyclopes have finished their work for the night. One sets down his hammer, another fans the coals. Their single eyes reflect the last flicker of flame, not fierce, but peaceful. Outside, the sea sighs against the shore, and the stars, those distant sparks of heaven, mirror the fire below. The myths say the gods left the world long ago, but I think they simply changed their address, moved from Olympus into our memory. And there, among the quiet corners of the mind, the Cyclopes still live, hammering patiently at the edges of imagination. We may not see them, but sometimes, if the wind is right and the night is still, we can hear them, faintly, the rhythm of the forge echoing through time. So listen for it, the heartbeat of creation, steady and soft, the sound of something ancient, still alive, the echo of the one-eyed giants. Good night. You've tucked yourself in. The room is quiet. The world for a little while is no longer demanding your attention. Now, let's drift back, not just in time, but beyond time, into the world of Greek mythology. A place where gods argued like relatives at a wedding, mortals made poor choices with remarkable consistency, and punishment was rarely proportionate, or merciful, or sensible if we're being honest. Tonight's journey begins not with the punishment itself, but with the divine mind behind it. Because to understand why the gods punished, we must first understand who they were, and what on earth made them so terribly moody. The Greek gods were a spectacular blend of brilliance and pettiness. Unlike the all-knowing, all-loving deities of later religions, the Olympians were, well, very human. They argued, they cheated, they got jealous, threw tantrums, and played favourites. They could bless you with beauty one day and turn you into a lizard the next. Their sense of justice had less to do with morality and more to do with mood. Zeus, for instance, the king of the gods, was known for his thunderbolts and, shall we say, a rather vigorous romantic life. He ruled Olympus with a heavy hand and an even heavier ego. Woe betide any mortal or titan who dared outshine him, disobey him, or most dangerous of all, make him look silly. Then there's Hera, his long-suffering queen. A goddess of marriage who spent most of her time dealing with her husband's affairs by punishing his mistresses and illegitimate children. Not exactly a modern approach to therapy, but it was consistent. Athena, goddess of wisdom, could be brilliant and composed one moment, and the next she'd turn a talented weaver into a spider for for daring to challenge her craft. The gods did not punish out of fairness, they punished out of offence. And the mortal sin wasn't always murder or treason. It was hubris, the act of stepping out of one's place, trying to be too clever, too proud, too equal to the gods. That, in Greek thinking, was the ultimate misstep. Not evil, but arrogance. And the consequences? Eternal. The word hubris doesn't translate neatly into modern English, but think of it as arrogance with a dash of impiety and a dollop of poor judgment. In Greek tragedy, hubris is what gets heroes killed, not evil, but the failure to know their limits. Try to fly too high, like Icarus? You'll fall. Think you're smarter than Zeus? You'll get chained to a mountain and have your liver pecked out daily. Boast that your children are more beautiful than the gods. You might watch them all perish and be turned to stone from grief. There's no gentle slap on the wrist in myth. There is only spectacle. This reflects how the ancient Greeks saw the world. Mortals were not meant to rival gods. Life was a delicate balance of knowing one's place, honouring the divine, and surviving long enough to die respectably. The punishments in myth weren't just stories. They were cautionary tales, social instruction, and, if we're being slightly cynical, entertainment. After all, these myths weren't tucked away in books. They were sung at festivals, painted on pottery, and performed in vast open-air theatres. The Greeks didn't just fear divine punishment. They admired it, the drama of it, the poetry. And sometimes, just sometimes, they suspected the gods enjoyed it too. Consider the logistics. If you were a god and truly wanted to make a point, what would you do? Whisper sternly in someone's ear? Leave a strongly worded letter? Not likely. You'd probably opt for something more theatrical. Turn a man into a stag and let his own dogs tear him apart. Curse a family line for generations. Invent a snake-haired monster whose gaze turns people to stone. Classic divine overreaction. In this way, punishment became a kind of performance art, a spectacle of excess. Not just pain, but irony. The punishment always fit the crime, but in the most dramatic, often eternal way imaginable. A man cheats death? Let him push a rock uphill forever? A woman boasts of her weaving? Let her weave webs forevermore as a spider. A king refuses to worship Dionysus? Let him be torn to shreds by his own mother in a trance. In myth, punishment is not corrective. It doesn't teach the character anything, because the character rarely gets to speak again. But it does teach the audience. It's a sort of divine billboard. Don't do this. And by this, they usually meant, don't anger the gods, don't step out of line, and, perhaps most of all, don't become interesting enough to notice. Now, you may be wondering, where is justice in all this? That's a fair question. The ancient Greeks didn't have a linear idea of good and evil, at least not in the modern sense. They had fate, Moira, and fate didn't care about fairness. A person might be doomed from birth, like Oedipus, destined to kill his father and marry his mother, despite his best efforts to avoid it, or like the house of Atreus, where everyone seemed cursed simply for being related to a man who once served his son at a dinner party. Long story. We'll get to it. The gods weren't always the source of these punishments. Sometimes fate moved even above them. Even Zeus, mighty and bearded, was occasionally at the mercy of fate's slow and dreadful wheel. But when the gods did punish, they often did it not because they had to, but because they could. And so, a certain quiet truth emerges from these stories. In Greek myth, punishment is rarely about moral balance. It's about narrative weight, about reminding us how small we are, and how easy it is to become a cautionary tale. Lest you think this is all just bedtime nonsense, let's gently step into the real world for a moment. The ancient Greeks built temples, dedicated hymns, and poured libations to keep the gods appeased. Not because they loved them, necessarily, but because they feared them. The gods were temperamental landlords in the skies, and you did not want to be the tenant who made too much noise. And yet, these same Greeks were philosophers, poets, and playwrights. They questioned the gods. They mocked them gently through satire and tragedy. They used myth as both reverence and rebellion. Euripides, for instance, filled his plays with divine cruelty, not to worship it, but to highlight its absurdity. Punishment, then, wasn't just a divine decree. It became a conversation about power, about pride, about the fragile line between order and chaos. And as we drift through these myths together, Prometheus and Sisyphus, Niobe and Arachne, we begin to see how the Greeks used their stories not to lull themselves with happy endings, but to stare into the truth of being mortal. That truth being, we are small, we are temporary, and we must tread lightly, especially if there's a goddess nearby with a grudge. Oddly enough, all this talk of divine torment can feel rather comforting. Why? Because in Greek myth, every misstep has meaning. Every error is noticed. Every slight, real or imagined, is answered. In a chaotic world, there is something soothing in the idea that the universe cares enough to punish. That even if you're punished unfairly, it's still part of the story. A story bigger than you. A story the gods are watching. Of course, whether that punishment is eternal torment or an awkward transformation into a bush, well, that's up to the gods. And they do have a flair for the dramatic. And so, dear listener, we prepare to descend into the quieter shadows of myth. Over the next few chapters, we'll wander gently through the underworlds of punishment, some brutal, some ironic, some unexpectedly beautiful. We'll meet a titan who gave us fire and lost his freedom, a clever king cursed with futility, a mother whose pride became her statue, and a hunter whose last mistake was glancing the wrong direction at the wrong goddess. All of them, in their own way, punished not for wickedness, but for being a little too bold. So, take a breath, let the world fall away, and remember, in Greek mythology, justice doesn't come softly, but sleep does. And that, at least, the gods can't take away from you. Prometheus had a gift for seeing what others could not. A titan by birth, but far from brutish or monstrous. He was clever, thoughtful, dangerous in the way that wisdom often is. And, as it turned out, just irritating enough to provoke the king of the gods. Now, the thing about titans is, they didn't have a great track record. Most were overthrown during the Titanomachy, the great war between the old gods and the new Olympians. Many were locked away in Tartarus, deep in the bowels of the earth, where the light of the sun was only a rumour. But Prometheus? He made a different choice. He sided with Zeus. A bold move. Perhaps a shrewd one. Or maybe he just saw that change was coming, and decided it was better to work with the future than against it. For a time, this alliance served him well. The Olympians defeated the Titans, claimed the heavens, and began to shape the world in their image. But once victory was won, Prometheus found himself with little to do. He was clever after all, far too clever to sit quietly on a cloud. So he turned his attention to a peculiar species that had recently begun wandering the earth. Mortals, upright, soft-skinned, endlessly curious. Compared to gods, they were nothing, barely more than animals with slightly improved posture. But Prometheus saw something in them. A flicker. Not of fire, not yet, but of potential. The gods weren't interested in these mortals. Zeus in particular seemed to regard them as a passing fancy, a failed project. He wanted them ignorant, dependent, obedient, which is to say boring. He even forbade them from having fire, the divine spark of knowledge, of invention, of independence. Prometheus naturally ignored him. There are many versions of how the theft happened. Some say Prometheus scaled Olympus itself, hid a flame inside a hollow fennel stalk, and slipped away unseen. Others say he lit his torch from the fiery wheel of Helios's sun chariot as it rolled across the sky. However it happened, the result was the same. Fire came to man. It's easy to forget, in our world of electric stoves and glowing screens, just what a revolution this was. Fire meant warmth. It meant cooking, forging, protection. It meant light after sunset, and the first real shift in humanity's position in the natural order. Before fire, we were prey. With fire we could shape the world. Prometheus gave us that, and for that he would pay. Zeus was many things. Powerful, regal, occasionally charming, but he was not especially forgiving. To him, this was not merely theft. It was defiance. And it made him look weak, which in the celestial pecking order is an unpardonable sin. But Zeus did not rush into punishment. No, he took his time, plotted, designed something that would sting more than mere death. First, he decided to strike humanity itself. After all, if Prometheus loved mortals so much, what better way to hurt him than to curse his precious creatures? He summoned Hephaestus, the divine blacksmith, and instructed him to fashion a woman, Pandora, beautiful, charming, and dangerously curious. The gods gifted her with all manner of traits: grace, elegance, musical voice, delicate hands, and the curiosity of 1,000 cats. And they gave her a box, or more accurately, a jar, filled with every sorrow and misery imaginable. She opened it, of course, that was her nature, and from that vessel spilled disease, famine, despair, jealousy, aging, betrayal, every misfortune we now know. By the time she managed to slam the lid shut, only one thing remained inside: hope. Some say that was a kindness. Others think it a cruel joke. The gods, after all, had a flair for poetic ambiguity. With humanity now suitably cursed, Zeus turned to Prometheus. He had the Titan seized by force, chained to the bleak, craggy cliffs of the Caucasus Mountains, a landscape chosen not only for its remoteness, but for its utter indifference. Cold wind, endless rock, no shelter, no witness. Prometheus was shackled with divine chains, unbreakable and biting cold. And then, each day, an eagle descended, Zeus's own sacred bird, and tore into the Titan's side to feast upon his liver. Not once, not symbolically, but again and again and again, every single day. At night, the liver regenerated. By dawn, the eagle returned. This was the punishment. Not death, but permanence. Not pain alone, but the knowledge that it would never end. In ancient Greek thought, the liver was more than just an organ. It was believed to be the seat of human emotion, the wellspring of vitality. To have it devoured daily was not just physical torment, but emotional obliteration. A kind of living unmaking, happening in cycles as regular as the sun. And why the eagle? Well, the symbolism writes itself. The king of the sky, Zeus's emblem, feeding on the rebellious Titan. Every feather a reminder that you do not challenge the divine order without consequence. But here's the thing. Prometheus never recanted. He never begged. He never apologized. He endured. In some versions, he even taunts the eagle, perhaps to pass the time, perhaps to remind himself that even in agony, he could still think, still reason, still outwit. He became not just a victim, but a symbol of resistance, of sacrifice, of the cost of giving others the tools to rise. It's worth noting that this punishment, though epic in its cruelty, was not without historical parallels. The Greeks admired cleverness, but only within bounds. Tricksters were amusing, so long as they didn't threaten the god's authority. Prometheus crossed that line, and he suffered accordingly. Yet over time, the culture began to reframe his suffering, not as folly, but as noble rebellion. By the classical period, Prometheus was being reimagined in plays and poems. Aeschylus's Prometheus Bound portrayed him as a tragic hero, a lone voice of compassion standing against divine tyranny. Even in agony, he spoke of hope for the future. His words were defiant, not broken. Centuries later, this image only grew. The Romantics adored him. Mary Shelley famously subtitled Frankenstein as the modern Prometheus. Poets like Byron and Goethe saw in him the ideal rebel, intelligent, principled, and unyielding. In a world of kings and empires, Prometheus became an icon for the thinker, the artist, the scientist, anyone who dared to reach beyond what tradition allowed. But even myths must eventually move forward. And so we come to the end, or at least the interruption, of Prometheus's punishment. After many years, a new figure arrived on the scene, Heracles, mortal-born but mighty, son of Zeus, ironically enough. As part of his famous 12 labours, Heracles was passing through the region when he came upon the suffering Titan. He saw the eagle. He saw the chains. And he acted. With a single arrow, well aimed and probably quite satisfying, he struck the bird from the sky. The eagle plummeted. Prometheus, for the first time in ages, breathed without agony. Heracles then shattered the chains and freed the Titan. Now normally, this would provoke Zeus's fury, but not this time. Either he had grown bored of the whole affair, or he saw an opportunity to fold this act into Heracles' divine destiny. Some say Zeus had made peace with Prometheus. Others suspect he simply didn't want to reward disobedience by reacting too strongly. Kings have their pride, after all. Regardless, Prometheus was free, but freedom came at a cost. In some versions, he had to wear a ring forged from his old chains, with a sliver of the mountain stone embedded in it. A symbolic reminder that even freedom has its scars. It was also a clever way for the Greeks to explain the origin of finger rings. Yes, even jewellery has its mythological backstory. And so, the Titan who gave us fire was at last released. But the story doesn't end there. Prometheus continued to appear in later myths, often as a prophet or wise advisor. He had glimpsed the future after all. He knew things even the gods didn't. He had warned Zeus once, long ago, about a child born to Thetis who would surpass his father in greatness. That warning had led Zeus to marry her off to a mortal, which eventually gave us Achilles. But that's another tale. What remains, through all the centuries, is the legacy. Prometheus is more than a character. He is an idea. The idea that knowledge matters. that sacrifice can be noble, that sometimes doing the right thing means suffering for it. And in the quiet hours of the night, when the world has gone still, there's a certain comfort in that. That one figure, bound, bleeding and burning with resolve, held fast in the name of compassion. That a spark, once given, can never be taken back. As you drift now, perhaps you imagine that spark, glowing gently, flickering not in firewood or torchlight, but in the minds of dreamers, carried from age to age, whispered in myth and story. The eagle is gone, the chains are broken, the mountain sleeps, and Prometheus, well, he's still thinking, let that be enough for tonight. Sisyphus was the sort of man who could talk his way out of anything, and that, in the end, was exactly the problem. He was not a hero in the classical sense. He wasn't blessed with divine strength or chosen by the gods for greatness. His name didn't inspire bards to reach for their lyres or for warriors to raise a toast. Sisyphus was, above all else, clever. And in ancient Greece, cleverness, too much of it, could be dangerous. He ruled the city of Corinth, or Ephyra, as it was called in those days. A prosperous port set between mountains and sea, the kind of place where trade flowed and tongues wagged. Under Sisyphus, it became wealthy, lively, and ever so slightly corrupt. He taxed the travellers, tricked his guests, and filled his treasury with coins wrung from diplomatic loopholes and creative accounting. He was, as you may imagine, not especially popular among the gods. Zeus, in particular, found him insufferable. There was the time Sisyphus revealed one of Zeus's rather scandalous affairs. Not out of moral outrage, mind you, but to curry favour with a river god. Another time, he invited travellers to his city with promises of hospitality, only to murder them and steal their belongings. It wasn't very sporting, but none of this was quite enough to earn eternal torment. Not yet. What sealed Sisyphus's fate was something far more ambitious. He tricked death. Now, death in Greek mythology isn't a grim reaper with a cloak and a scythe. He's Thanatos, silent, solemn, and rather businesslike. He arrives when it's your time, and he does his job with minimal fuss. But when Thanatos arrived to collect Sisyphus, he found a man ready for him. Sisyphus had prepared a set of chains. He welcomed death, offered him wine, engaged him in polite conversation, and then, when the moment was right, bound Thanatos in his own shackles. And so, for a time, no one could die. It was a small miracle at first. Soldiers survived their wounds. The sick began to recover. Sacrifices wouldn't die on altars. A rather awkward problem for priests. Even old age itself seemed to pause. But soon the miracle wore thin. Those who should have passed were left in pain. Battles turned into endless brawls. The earth groaned under the weight of the undying. People who longed for peace were denied it, and the gods were furious. Eventually, Ares, god of war, and very much inconvenienced by this pause in battlefield casualties, stormed into Corinth, tore open the dungeon, and freed Thanatos. Death resumed his duties. The balance of the world was restored, and Sisyphus? He was seized at last and carried down to the underworld. But if you think that was the end of it, well, you've not yet understood Sisyphus. Before he died, he gave his wife an unusual instruction. "When I'm gone," he said, "do not bury me, do not honour me, leave me unwashed, unrobed, and coinless." A curious request, one might think, but very intentional. You see, in Greek belief, the soul could not properly enter the underworld without the rites. The coin beneath the tongue was for Charon, the ferryman, who rode the dead across the river Styx. Without it, a soul would be stranded at the river's edge, like a traveller at a locked gate. Sisyphus used this loophole to his advantage. When he arrived in the underworld, he protested. "My wife has dishonoured me," he cried. "She has refused my burial, denied me my rights. Let me return to the land of the living for just a few days to correct this offence. I promise to come back." Persephone, queen of the underworld, was moved. Or perhaps she was merely tired of the noise. She allowed him to return. And return he did. Not for a day, not for a week, but indefinitely. He resumed his rule, walked the streets, held court, laughed, drank, and smiled smugly at the skies. He had outwitted death twice. But of course the gods do not forget. Hermes, swift and sharp, was sent to retrieve him. No tricks this time, no excuses. Sisyphus was dragged down once more, this time for good. And then the sentence was passed. Now you might expect a thunderbolt, a lake of fire, perhaps a monstrous serpent. But no, the punishment was a stone, a simple boulder, massive, smooth, and impossibly heavy. Sisyphus was placed at the base of a great hill. He was to roll the boulder to the top. Nothing more. No whips, no chains. Just the stone and the slope. So he pushed, muscles straining, feet slipping. Hours passed, then days, then years. With each push, he drew closer to the peak. But every time, the boulder would slip from his grasp. Just before the summit, it would roll back down, thundering into the dust. And Sisyphus would begin again. There is no rest, no end, no applause, only effort, futility, repetition. This is what the gods devised for a man too clever to die. And it worked, beautifully. There's something devastating about a task with no meaning, no goal, no finish line. Other torments offer at least the possibility of resolution. This one does not. You may wonder, why such a punishment? Why not pain, or fire, or something loud and dramatic? Because the Greeks understood something quietly terrifying. The worst suffering is not violence, but meaninglessness. To struggle without purpose. To strive and never achieve. That is the real torment. And for a man like Sisyphus, who had always found a way out, there would be none this time. Yet, centuries later, something curious happened. In the 20th century, the French philosopher Albert Camus reimagined Sisyphus. In his essay The Myth of Sisyphus, Camus called him the absurd hero, a man who rebels not with weapons, but with persistence. He imagined Sisyphus at the moment the boulder rolled back, as he turned to descend the hill, not with despair, but with awareness. Camus argued that by knowing the futility and pushing anyway, Sisyphus became free. The struggle itself, Camus wrote, toward the heights is enough to fill a man's heart. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. It's a radical idea. That joy could exist within endless labour. That purpose could emerge from the choice to keep going. Perhaps Camus was right. Or perhaps he was just being poetic. But it's comforting to think that even in myth, where punishment often defines a person, there is still room for dignity. Of course, the ancient Greeks likely didn't intend such optimism. To them, Sisyphus was a cautionary tale. A man whose pride defied divine law, who refused to accept his mortality, and who paid the price. But the beauty of myth is that it survives reinterpretation. It stretches, it adapts. And so Sisyphus rolls on, not just in Hades, but in art, in thought, and in quiet human struggles everywhere. We are, in small ways, all Sisyphus. We rise each day, we face our tasks, we carry our weights, we slip, fall, and start again. And in the gentle hours of the night, when the world fades to stillness, that eternal hill doesn't feel so far away. Imagine it now, the quiet crunch of gravel underfoot, the early light of dawn brushing the slope, the boulder waiting, not menacing, but familiar. Sisyphus wipes his brow, sets his hands, breathes, and begins again. Not with anger, not with fear, just the rhythm of effort, the calm in repetition, the knowledge that the gods can only punish so much, and beyond that, there is peace in persistence. Let your own thoughts settle now. Let the hill fade. Let the boulder roll softly out of view. You are not trapped in the task. You are simply resting from it. Sleep well. Tantalus was once beloved by the gods, not merely tolerated, not grudgingly invited to Olympus like some misbehaving demigod cousin, but truly welcomed. A mortal king, perhaps even the son of Zeus himself, depending on which poet you ask, and held in high regard by those who rarely held mortals in anything but contempt. He dined at their table, he drank their nectar. He was allowed into their secrets, however cautiously. And as you might expect, that went terribly. Because in Greek mythology, the surest way to ensure your own downfall is not to defy the gods, but to be too close to them, to step into their world and forget, even for a moment, that you are not one of them, that you are dust and they are eternal. Tantalus forgot, or perhaps he simply chose not to remember. He ruled over Lydia, a wealthy kingdom known for its gold and grandeur. By all accounts, he had everything a man could ask for: power, influence, divine favour. And yet it wasn't enough. It rarely is in stories like this. Satisfaction is not a virtue in myth. Longing is. And Tantalus, for all his blessings, longed for more. Some say he began stealing food from Olympus, not because he needed it, but because he could. Ambrosia and nectar, the divine sustenance that kept the gods immortal, spirited away and handed to mortals as party favours. An act that might be considered generous, if it weren't also the equivalent of watering down the sacred wine. Others say he shared the secrets of the gods. Prophecies, divine plans, gossip perhaps. He took what was whispered in confidence and carried it down to earth, the way one might pinch a fig from a sacred grove and offer it as dessert at dinner. But worst of all, in the most infamous version of the myth, Tantalus devised a test. He wanted to see whether the gods truly were all-knowing, whether their claims to wisdom were more than ceremonial. So he invited them to a feast, and there, in a gesture so grotesque it strains belief, he served them a stew made from his own son, Pelops. It's worth pausing here, because even by the standards of Greek tragedy, this is excessive. Why? That's the eternal question. Was it arrogance? Insanity? A cynical, philosophical experiment? Perhaps Tantalus believed the gods wouldn't notice, or perhaps he hoped they would, and the horror would somehow affirm their divinity. Either way, he dismembered his own child, boiled the pieces, and placed the dish before the gods. They did notice. All of them, except Demeter, who, still grieving the abduction of her daughter Persephone, was too distracted to pay attention. She took a single bite, a shoulder, before the truth was revealed. The gods recoiled in revulsion, but they also responded with a kind of eerie precision. They reassembled the boy, restored him to life, and replaced the missing shoulder with one crafted from ivory. Pelops, as it happens, would go on to have his own mythic saga. Chariot races, curses, and children who made Greek theatre look like an episode of daytime television. But Tantalus, he would be punished, and not in the usual fashion. Zeus didn't just strike him down. He didn't chain him in Tartarus or hurl him from Olympus. No, Tantalus was given a punishment that matched his crime, not in violence, but in symbolism. He was placed in the afterlife, in a special part of Hades designed just for him, a personal hell sculpted with exquisite irony. He was made to stand in a shallow pool of water. Around him grew trees heavy with fruit, apples, figs, pomegranates. The air was warm, the branches bowed with abundance, a feast for the senses, and he was starving. Whenever he bent down to drink, the water would drain away from his lips. Whenever he reached up to pluck a fruit, the branches would sway just out of reach. An eternal cycle of hunger and denial. That, in essence, is the punishment. Not fire, not chains, but endless almost. Tantalus is not torn apart. He is not howling in pain. He is simply waiting, longing, in a state of perpetual frustration. The fruit glows golden in the light. The water laps gently at his knees. But neither will ever satisfy. It's a punishment so elegant it almost feels quiet. No blood, no screaming, just yearning and absence. That's where we get the word tantalize, of course. To torment someone with the promise of something they cannot have. You've likely felt it in your own life. The job interview that went well, but never called back. The dessert behind the glass just before payday. The endless scroll of what could be. Tantalus lives in that space, forever. The ancient Greeks had a knack for poetic justice. Their punishments were rarely random. They echoed the crime. Tantalus, who once fed the gods something unspeakable, is now surrounded by food he cannot taste. He, who played with the divine order of nourishment and sacrifice, now hungers in the shadow of plenty. His crime wasn't just murder, it was the desecration of hospitality, a sacred value in ancient Greece. Xenia, the guest-friend bond, was protected by Zeus himself. To betray your guests, or your hosts, was to violate one of the pillars of Greek culture. Tantalus had eaten at the gods' table, and then offered them horror in return. His punishment then is not just a torment, but an exile. He is no longer welcome at any table, not mortal, not divine. He stands alone in a world that offers but never gives. It's deeply mythic, yes, but also quietly human. We all live with wants we cannot reach, desires that slip just out of grasp. Tantalus's pool is not only in the underworld, it is in the heart that longs and waits and never receives. And that is perhaps why his story endures. Not just because it's strange or grotesque, but because it reflects something familiar. That quiet ache, that reaching. The Greeks knew this feeling. Their world was one of scarcity, of fate, of fragile hopes. They built temples to thank the gods, yes, but also to beg them, to plead, to offer wine and grain in exchange for rain, for safety, for justice. Tantalus was a reminder of what happens when you take without reverence, when you cross the line not just of propriety, but of sacred order. And yet, there is a softness in his sentence, a sort of terrible gentleness. No tormentor, no lash, just the whisper of water and the rustle of leaves, again and again, forever. Art and literature have returned to Tantalus again and again. Painters have shown him half submerged, reaching upward. Writers have invoked him as metaphor. Philosophers, from Plato to Nietzsche, have seen in him the embodiment of unmet desire, the tragedy of being almost divine and yet bound by mortal hungers. In some versions he cries out, in others he grows silent. Perhaps with time he no longer reaches. Perhaps he stands still, neck deep in memory, letting the wind and water swirl around him like the past. Or perhaps, and this is the cruelest possibility of all, he continues to believe that maybe next time the water will stay, that this time the fruit will not move. That hope, so famously left behind in Pandora's jar, has found a new home in him. That too is its own punishment. Let your mind now drift to that strange orchard. The light is soft, the pool is still, the trees hang heavy, swaying in the gentlest breeze, and there, in the middle, stands a man, not screaming, not weeping, just reaching. And the fruit is always just beyond his fingertips, and the water is always just below his lips, and time does not pass. Or if it does, he cannot tell. Sleep now. You're not in that orchard. Your hungers are real, but they end. Your thirsts will be quenched. The fruit will not always sway away from you, but for now, let the image fade, and let the gods, petty, poetic, eternal, go on punishing those who reach too far. You need only close your eyes. The feast will still be there when you wake. Niobe was a queen, proud, radiant, and surrounded by children. So many children, in fact, that she sometimes lost count. Some say she had 6 sons and 6 daughters. Others say 7 and 7. A perfect symmetry. A full house. A mother's triumph. And Niobe was very proud of that. Too proud. She ruled the city of Thebes beside her husband Amphion, a man said to have built the city's walls with the music of his lyre. The two of them were a golden couple, noble, talented, blessed. But it was Niobe who drew the eye, not just for her beauty, but for her confidence, her certainty, her sense that she had earned, perhaps even deserved, everything she had. And this is where the trouble began. You see, pride in Greek myth is never just about being pleased with your accomplishments. It's about overstepping, forgetting one's place. And in Niobe's case, she began to forget that she was mortal. One day, as the city prepared to honour the goddess Leto, a quiet, dignified deity known mostly for giving birth to the twin gods Apollo and Artemis, Niobe looked around and asked a dangerous question. Why should the people worship Leto, who had only 2 children, when Niobe herself had many? It wasn't shouted. It wasn't carved into stone. It was, as these things often are, a moment of misplaced confidence. A queen surrounded by daughters and sons, looking at the temple preparations and thinking, surely I am more deserving of reverence than she. There's a word for this, of course. Hubris. Mortal arrogance. The crime of thinking yourself equal to a god. Or worse, superior. And in Greek mythology, hubris never goes unanswered. Leto heard the insult. Not directly, perhaps. Gods rarely eavesdrop in person. But words have a way of reaching Olympus. And though Leto was known for her grace, her response came through her children. She didn't send a plague. She didn't shake the earth. She simply sent her son and daughter. Apollo, god of music, prophecy, and light. And Artemis, goddess of the hunt, of wild animals and young women. Divine twins. Born of the same mother that Niobe had mocked. They descended quietly, and one by one they killed Niobe's children. Some say Apollo took the sons and Artemis the daughters. Others say Artemis spared 1 daughter, or 2, depending on the version, while Apollo left 1 son alive to carry the memory. The stories shift as myths often do, but the essence remains. Niobe, the mother of many, became the mother of none. There was no battle, no defence. The children fell in the fields, in the palace by the altar. They died not because they had sinned, but because they had been born to a mother who spoke too freely. Niobe fled. She ran to Mount Sipylus, her childhood home, weeping and hollow with grief. And there she begged the gods, not for mercy, not for vengeance, but for release, for the end of suffering. And the gods answered. They turned her to stone. She became a part of the mountain, her form frozen in rock, her face tilted downward. Her eyes, it said, continued to weep, a slow, eternal spring that trickled from the cliffside like tears that time could not dry. Even in her silence, Niobe mourned. There are many kinds of punishment in myth. Some are loud, filled with screaming and fire and spectacle. Others, like Niobe's, are quiet, still, eternal. She wasn't torn apart or cast into Tartarus. She wasn't made to suffer grotesque physical torment. She was simply left with the memory, frozen, alone, weeping. And this, in many ways, is a more intimate kind of punishment, one that doesn't rely on chains or monsters, but on grief. A mother who once counted her children as trophies is now left to count only their absence. The myth serves, of course, as a warning. Don't boast, don't compare. Don't place yourself above the gods, especially in matters as sacred as birth and motherhood. Leto had only 2 children, but those 2 were divine. Niobe had many, but they were mortal. And in the cosmic scales of Olympus, quality outweighs quantity. Or so the gods would have us believe. But there's something else too. Something deeper. Niobe's story isn't just about punishment. It's about the fragility of joy. The swiftness with which life can turn from fullness to emptiness. The way pride and love are often tangled together, indistinguishable until it's too late. She loved her children. That's rarely questioned. Her crime wasn't hatred or neglect. It was pride. She loved them too much. Or perhaps, more precisely, she loved what they said about her. And who among us hasn't done the same? Placed our self-worth in our accomplishments, our family, our reputation? Niobe is tragic, not because she was monstrous, but because she was recognizably human. Her transformation into stone also reflects an ancient idea. That overwhelming grief turns people into something less alive. That mourning, carried too long, hardens, turns inward, becomes landscape. The Greeks understood this. They made their myths not just to frighten or entertain, but to explain. A rocky cliff that seemed to resemble a woman's face? That was Niobe. That was sorrow made permanent. That was what became of a queen who boasted too loudly. In some parts of Turkey, on Mount Sipylus, there is a rock formation that locals for centuries have called the Weeping Rock. Water drips from it, slow and steady. And though geologists will tell you it's groundwater seeping through limestone, the myth remains. Even today, travellers visit the mountain and say, there, that is Niobe. Not a name carved in marble, not a poem, a rock, weeping. Niobe appears in later literature too, a symbol of maternal grief, of arrogance punished, but also of sorrow immortalized. In Dante's Inferno, she is mentioned among the weeping souls. In Shakespeare's Hamlet, the prince compares his mother's remarriage to Niobe's tears, suggesting, perhaps unfairly, that her mourning was only performative. But Niobe herself never speaks again. That is part of her punishment, and perhaps her absolution. She who once spoke too boldly now says nothing. Only the water speaks for her. There is a quiet power in that, a reminder that some wounds never find words. And perhaps, just perhaps, the gods in their own cold way showed her mercy. She was not erased, not hurled into oblivion. She was given a form that could endure. She was allowed to mourn. Pride turned to stone, love turned to legend. Let your thoughts drift, if you wish, to that mountainside. The wind is soft. The rock is warm beneath the sun. And from a crevice the water trickles, not loudly but steadily. The tears of a mother who once had everything and now has only this. There are no gods in sight, no thunderbolts, just silence and time. Niobe is still there. All the idea of her is unmoving, unforgetting. And as you lie still, perhaps you feel a little of her stillness. Not her sorrow, that is hers alone, but the peace that comes after, the hush. For the Greeks, grief was a sacred thing. It had rituals, garments, timelines. To mourn was to honour. But to mourn forever, that was dangerous. That could twist the soul. So the story of Niobe stands as both warning and elegy. Don't boast, but also don't forget. She reminds us that children are not possessions, that life is fragile, that even love can invite ruin when pride walks too closely beside it. And so she weeps, not in rage, not in drama, but in that slow geological way that only myths and mountains understand. Sleep now, if you will. You are not stone. You are soft and warm and living. And Niobe will keep watch. She has been doing it for a very, very long time. Actaeon was a hunter, not a king, not a demigod, not a schemer or philosopher. Just a man with a bow, a pack of hounds, and a love for the wilderness. He was the kind of person who found silence more agreeable than song, whose temples were the forests, and whose prayers were arrows loosed into the wind. In other words, the sort of man who kept mostly to himself, and might have lived a long and peaceful life, if not for one unlucky moment. The story begins in the high hills of Boeotia, in central Greece, where sunlight filters through thick canopies, and the air carries the scent of pine and moss. There, Actaeon hunted. He knew the paths, the watering holes, the secret places where deer tread softly. His dogs, 50 in some versions, more in others, moved with him as if part of his own limbs. Theirs was a quiet, sacred bond. But even in those wooded hills, a man is never far from a god, and in Actaeon's case, he was far too close. One afternoon, as the sun hung low and the air turned gold, Actaeon wandered from his companions. Perhaps he followed the scent of game. Perhaps he was simply thirsty. Perhaps, as some versions of the myth suggest, he was led by fate. What he found, deep in a hidden glade, was a pool. Not a muddy animal trough or a trickling stream, but a sacred spring, the kind that sings gently as it spills from the rocks, its surface still and glassy. And there, within that secluded water, bathed a goddess, Artemis, the virgin goddess of the hunt, of wild creatures, of the moon, she who ran faster than deer and struck more surely than mortal hands could imagine. She who loved her solitude, her sisterhood of nymphs, her untouched freedom. She was not dressed for the court. She was not cloaked in thunder or fire. She was simply bathing, bare and unguarded, in the place she believed was hers alone. And then she saw him. Actaeon stood frozen. One step too far, one breath too loud. He had not spoken. He had not meant to spy. But his eyes had opened, and that was enough. Because in Greek myth, There are few sins more dangerous than seeing something the gods did not intend you to see, especially her. The scene freezes here in many retellings, a long, suspended breath. The startled goddess, her arm half raised in reflex. The young hunter, caught not in lust or conquest, but in raw, paralyzing astonishment. Not desire, just shock. A moment neither of them chose, but the gods are not known for nuance. Artemis reacted in a flash. She reached for the nearest thing, water, and flung it in his direction. The spell was spoken, or perhaps not spoken at all. With the splash of that sacred spring, Actaeon began to change. His limbs bent, his spine twisted. His hands, which once knocked arrows and brushed fur, grew narrow, cloven and wild. His face elongated. His tongue thickened. His eyes widened. He was no longer a man. He was a stag. A great, strong, terrified deer, trembling in the grass. Antlers heavy on his head. Mind still human, but body ruled by instinct and fear. And somewhere in the distance, his dogs caught his scent. What happened next is difficult to linger on, but we must, gently. His hounds came bounding, the pack he had raised from pups, taught to track, to kill, to obey. They knew his voice better than thunder. But now they did not know him. They saw only the stag. And they did what they had been trained to do. They gave chase. Actaeon ran. The forest, once his home, blurred past him in panic. His hooves slipped on moss. Branches scraped his sides. The scent of his own fear filled the air. The dogs followed, snarling and hungry with purpose. No commands came to stop them, only the echo of what once was. And then, when he could run no more, they tore him apart. The hunter, undone by his own hounds. The man who knew the woods better than anyone, now buried in them, not by ceremony, but by silence. There are no songs about his bravery, no temple raised in his name. He is remembered, if he is remembered at all, as a cautionary tale. Do not look upon what is forbidden. Do not see what is sacred. But what exactly was his crime? In some tellings it was purely accidental. A misstep? A wrong turn? The tragedy of bad timing. In others the story is less gentle. Actaeon is said to have bragged, to have boasted that he was a better hunter than Artemis herself, or in some darker versions that he had sought her on purpose, that his eyes were not innocent, but full of conquest. The myth is flexible. It adapts to the time, to the teller, to the needs of the audience. But the punishment remains the same. And perhaps that is the point. Because Artemis, for all her grace and purity, is not merciful. She is fierce. She protects her boundaries. She defends her mysteries. She is not a goddess to be explained. She is a force to be accepted. And when her privacy is broken, when her divine space is pierced, no matter how accidentally, she does not forgive. The transformation into a stag is no coincidence. Artemis is the goddess of the wild. To turn a man into prey is not just revenge, it's symbolism. It flips the order of the world. The hunter becomes the hunted. The master becomes the beast. The loyal hounds, once his pride, become the teeth of justice. There's something terrifying in that symmetry, something mythically precise. But there's also something very human in Actaeon's fate. How many times in history, in literature, in our own lives, has someone seen something they weren't meant to, learned a truth too early, witnessed a secret, a sorrow, a private pain, and been punished for knowing? Actaeon's sin is visibility, and his punishment is erasure. He is silenced, removed. His memory exists not as a hero, but as a warning, a whisper. Don't go too far into the woods. Don't look too long. Don't follow the sound of water. And yet, we do. Humans always have. We are drawn to mystery, to beauty, to the edges of what we understand. That's the tragedy of Actaeon. He did what so many do, walked a little too far, looked a little too long, asked a question with his eyes, and found no answer, only punishment. And Artemis? She remains untouched. She slips back into the glade. The water stills, the leaves grow quiet, and the myth rolls forward. Some say that after his death, the gods took pity on Actaeon, that his soul was welcomed gently into the afterlife, that he was restored in some other form, somewhere else. Others say nothing. Just a story. Just a name. Just a man who became a deer, and then a memory. Let your thoughts settle now in that forest. The air is cool. The light filters softly through the trees. A stream trickles nearby, its water clear and cold. You walk carefully, respectfully. The dogs are gone. The hunt has ended. There is only peace here now. And if you look, not too long, not too close, you might see the shadow of antlers in the trees, the flicker of a shape that once was human, a whisper of a man who saw and ran and fell. The gods are not watching, not tonight, but the woods are. Let them keep you safe. Let sleep come like mist among the trees. Let the story end in silence. Arachne was born without a drop of divine blood. No noble lineage, no famous father or magical prophecy. She was just a girl from Lydia, a small region in Asia Minor, known more for its wool than its warriors. Her parents were humble. Her mother wove cloth for the markets. Her father dyed the thread, soaking the fibres in purple drawn from rare sea snails. They were not wealthy, but their household was quiet, industrious, and content. And into that quiet life, Arachne brought beauty. From a young age, her hands worked the loom with a skill that felt more than human. Her fingers danced through the warp and weft, coaxing silk and wool into patterns so fine, so impossibly delicate, that even the older women at the market paused to watch. Her tapestries shimmered like water, breathed like clouds. Birds stitched in thread seemed ready to fly. Leaves wove themselves into breezes. Horses galloped across linen fields. People began to talk. Some said she must have been taught by the goddess Athena herself, the patroness of wisdom, of crafts, of weaving. Who else could explain such talent? But Arachne, perhaps still young, or perhaps already growing tired of the whispers, said no. She had learned from no one. Her skill was her own. Hard won. Practiced. Perfected. And then she said something she should not have said. She claimed she was better than Athena. Not just gifted, not equal, better. In Greek mythology, this is where the quiet part of the story ends. Because no matter how skilled or beloved a mortal is, comparing oneself to a god, or worse, outshining them, is the spark that lights the fuse. The word for this, once again, is hubris. It is not always wickedness that invites divine wrath. Sometimes it's simply the act of forgetting that you are small, that your place in the cosmos is below. Not level, not above, just below. And so, as stories go, the goddess heard her name spoken. Athena, daughter of Zeus, grey-eyed and ever watchful, listened as this mortal girl declared herself the superior weaver. And, to no one's surprise, she came down to earth to see for herself. But gods don't always arrive with thunder. Sometimes they come in disguise. Athena took the form of an old woman, hunched, wrinkled, with eyes like polished stone. She visited Arachne's workshop and offered a warning. A chance, really. She told her, be humble. Thank the gods for your gift. Apologize, turn back. But Arachne, flushed with youth or blinded by pride, perhaps both, refused. She said plainly that she stood by her claim, that she would welcome a contest, that if the goddess of weaving thought herself so superior, she should prove it. And Athena, no longer amused, revealed herself. Her disguise fell like a shawl. She stood tall, glowing in her divinity, her grey eyes blazing not with rage, but with something colder. Resolve. The contest began. 2 looms, 2 sets of threads, 2 women, 1 mortal, 1 divine, side by side in silence. The challenge wasn't just about skill, it was about artistry, vision. Who could best tell a story through fabric and thread? Athena wove first. Her tapestry was filled with order and glory. In rich, regal tones, she depicted the triumphs of the gods, scenes of Olympus at peace, of mortals paying homage, of divine justice reigning over the world. At each corner, she wove cautionary tales. Mortals punished for pride, for disrespect, for thinking themselves too clever. It was essentially a threat, stitched in gold. Arachne wove next, and her tapestry was flawless. She chose a different story. She showed the gods not as just or kind, but as flawed, as cruel, as selfish. She wove scene after scene of divine misconduct. Zeus seducing mortal women in the guise of swans and bulls. Poseidon chasing nymphs. Apollo abandoning lovers. She did not lie. These were tales known and whispered, painted on vases and sung in secret. But she told them with such precision, such beauty, that her work glowed. Even Athena, it said, could find no fault in the craftsmanship. And yet, the message was clear. Arachne had done more than compete. She had accused. The room was silent. The goddess stood. The mortal girl held her breath. And then Athena tore the tapestry to pieces. She did not strike Arachne. She didn't need to. Her fingers tore through the cloth like wind through silk. The threads unravelled, the scenes dissolved. And Arachne, humiliated and overwhelmed, did what mortals often do when they learn the gods can destroy what they love most. She fled, she wept, and then, in some versions, she hanged herself. The myth doesn't pause to consider how young she was, or how cruel it is to give someone talent and then punish them for using it truthfully. But Athena, perhaps feeling the weight of her own fury, chose not to let Arachne die. She touched the girl's body and changed it. Her limbs shrank. Her skin darkened. Her fingers multiplied and thinned. Her eyes grew. Her body rounded. Arachne became the first spider, and she would weave forever. No longer on a loom, but in corners, in rafters, in shadows. Her tapestries, now made of silk, no longer told stories, not ones we can read, but they glistened in dew, shimmered in moonlight. They captured not fame or reverence, but flies. Her punishment was not pain, it was transformation. Athena did not kill her. She gave her eternity, but not as a girl, not as a rival, as a creature beneath notice, spinning quietly in the corners of the world. And there she remains. It's easy, perhaps, to miss the cruelty in this myth. Arachne is not burned, not banished, not torn apart, but she is reduced. She is made less than she was, and made eternal. It is the punishment of visibility turned to invisibility. A girl once praised across cities is now something you flick away or trap in a glass. And yet, she spins. Despite everything, the spider still weaves. Even today, their webs, intricate, patient, purposeful, remain a testament to a girl who once dared to speak truth through thread. The myth of Arachne raises questions that never quite settle. Was she wrong to boast? Was she foolish to speak the truth through her craft? Should she have lied? Would that have saved her? Or was this always her fate, to create something perfect, and be punished not for the work, but for who she was? In Greek mythology, talent is often a double-edged gift. Mortals are praised for their gifts, then punished for enjoying them too much. Daedalus built wings and lost his son. Orpheus sang too beautifully and turned to look. Arachne wove too well, and told the wrong stories. Perhaps the real crime wasn't that she challenged the gods, but that she revealed them. Athena is often described as a wise goddess, thoughtful, measured. But wisdom, when wounded, can be sharp. She didn't just win the contest. She ensured that Arachne would never be able to create again as a human, only as a whisper, a thread. And yet, spiders continue, patient, silent, meticulous. They spin in barns and caves and windowsills, their silk stronger than steel, invisible until it glints. They are not celebrated, but they endure. And in that quiet perseverance, perhaps Arachne has found a kind of peace. Let your mind drift now to a small, dark corner of a quiet house. A web stretches across a beam, delicate, intricate, unnoticed by most. And in its centre, a tiny creature waits, not in fear, not in anger, just in stillness. She no longer boasts. She no longer weeps. She simply spins. And in the hush of night, when the world is asleep, and the gods have turned their eyes elsewhere, the spider remembers who she was. Not with regret, but with the calm of someone who told the truth once, and never had to speak again. Let that silence hold you now. The loom is gone, but the thread continues. Sleep as Arachne spins. Pentheus was a rational man, a king, young, sharp, and confident, perhaps a little too confident. He ruled over Thebes, the ancient city famed for drama, for tragedy, and for never quite getting a quiet day. Pentheus had inherited the throne from his grandfather Cadmus, and unlike the old king, he had little time for gods, omens, or mystery. Where others saw signs, Pentheus saw disorder. Where others whispered of divinity, he spoke of discipline. And of all the gods, there was one he found especially distasteful, Dionysus, the god of wine, of revelry, of madness, the bringer of ecstasy and confusion. A god who danced where others marched, who laughed where others lectured. To Pentheus, Dionysus was the embodiment of everything a kingdom should avoid. Wildness, emotion, chaos, the unbuttoning of the human mind. He did not fear this god, he despised him. And when word reached Thebes that Dionysus had returned, spreading his cult across the countryside, Pentheus was not impressed. The stories were already swirling. Women leaving their homes, abandoning their looms and cradles, running off into the mountains. Dancing, singing, tearing animals apart with their bare hands. The Bacchae, they were called, female followers of Dionysus, caught in holy madness. To Pentheus, it sounded like hysteria, disorder masquerading as religion. And so he did what kings often do when faced with something they don't understand. He cracked down. He ordered the Bacchic rites banned, the vineyards uprooted, the drums silenced. He sent soldiers into the hills to arrest the women and bring them back in chains. He was going to restore order, reason, to Thebes. And then a stranger arrived, handsome, calm, with eyes that glinted like dark wine. He wore no armour, he carried no weapon, but when he spoke, people listened. He claimed to be a follower of Dionysus, and more than that, a living testament to the god's power. He didn't shout, he didn't threaten. He simply said that the god had returned, and that those who rejected him would suffer. Pentheus, of course, had him arrested. The stranger went peacefully. The guards dragged him to the palace and threw him into the dungeon. Pentheus came down to see him, to question him, to mock him. And there, in the dark of the prison, the stranger warned him. Dionysus does not like to be ignored. But Pentheus... Oh, Pentheus laughed. He mocked the stranger's long hair, his soft hands, his feminine robes. He called him weak, deluded. He threatened to torture him, to cut off his hair, to show him what power really looked like. And still, the stranger smiled. When the guards tried to shackle him, the palace trembled. The chains fell, the torches blew out. The doors swung open on their own. The stranger vanished, not with a bang, but with a sigh. And suddenly, Pentheus found himself curious. He called his advisors, asked them about the Bacchae. What did they really do out there in the woods? What rituals did they perform? What did they wear? He wanted to go, to see. But how? A king would never be allowed. The women would scatter. The rituals would stop. And then the stranger returned. He offered a disguise, a dress, a wig, a veil. "Let me make you one of them," he said. "Let me take you to the mountain, and you can see for yourself what Dionysus does in the wild." And Pentheus, logical, practical, proud Pentheus, agreed. Why? Perhaps it was madness, or vanity, or the first sip of Dionysus's influence, not in wine, but in curiosity. He dressed. He painted his face. He smiled into a mirror and thought for a moment that he'd looked rather fine. The stranger led him into the woods, and the trees grew darker. Up the mountain they went, deeper into the land of ivy and drums. The wind sang through the leaves. A scent of wine and earth filled the air. And then, voices, laughter, song, shrieks of joy. The Bacchae danced in a clearing, wild and radiant. They moved like creatures without weight. Their eyes glowed with something not entirely human. Pentheus stood behind a tree, peering through the leaves, watching. He didn't understand what he was seeing. The ritual was beyond words. It was not reason. It was not logic. It was surrender. These women were not out of control. They were freed. And in that moment, something in him shifted. But it was too late. The stranger whispered one final word in his ear, and left. And the Bacchae turned. Here they saw the intruder, this false woman, hiding behind the branches. And madness filled them. This is the heart of Dionysus's power. Not destruction, but dissolution. He does not burn you. He unravels you. The Bacchae surged forward. They tore through the trees. They seized Pentheus, still in his dress, still stunned, still reaching for a name he could no longer remember. And among them was Agave, his mother. She, too, was deep in the god's trance. She saw not her son, but a lion, a beast, a threat to the sacred grove. She led the charge. She took his head. And only later, as she carried it down the mountain in triumph, did the madness fade. She saw what she held, what she had done, and she wept. Pentheus's body was buried, quietly. There was no royal funeral, no grand speeches. Thebes fell into silence. And the stranger? He revealed himself fully at last. He was Dionysus, god not just of wine, but of transformation, of blurred lines, of the soft places where control gives way to chaos. He had warned them. He had offered grace. And now he was done. He left the city just as softly as he'd arrived. What do we make of this story? It is not a tale of evil punished. Pentheus was not a monster. He was proud, rigid, afraid of what he could not command. And that is what Dionysus punishes. Not crime, but resistance. In Greek thought, Dionysus is the god who reveals what we keep hidden. He tears away masks. Not to mock, but to liberate. To show you who you are, when no one is watching. Pentheus could not bear that, and so he became the mask. The myth is haunting because it is not wrong to seek order, but when order becomes denial, when structure becomes fear, the gods send their answers in madness. There is something modern about Dionysus, something psychological. He represents the part of us we lock away, the cry we silence, the truth we avoid. And when we ignore it too long, it finds us. In Greek tragedy, this story is told by Euripides in the Bacchae, a play where the god is both gentle and terrifying, where the chorus sings of freedom and the stage ends in blood. But Euripides, ever the ironist, does not give us easy answers. He does not say Dionysus is right. He simply says, this is what happens. You cannot suppress the soul forever. And if you try, it will rise. In many ways, this is a story about the cost of ignoring what is wild in ourselves, about what happens when we mock the parts of life that don't fit neatly into reason, about what happens when we stare too long at the mirror and forget who is staring back. Let your thoughts drift now to that mountain. The drums have faded, the women sleep, the wind moves softly through the trees, and somewhere, deeper still, the god smiles. Not in vengeance, but in understanding. He knows that sleep too is a kind of surrender. So let go. Let the city of Thebes fall silent. Let the wild pass by. And let the night carry you gently into dreams beyond the edge of reason. Tiresias was not born into greatness. His name did not inspire awe when he was young. He wasn't visited by oracles in his cradle, or singled out by gods with glowing prophecy. He was, at first, simply a child in the city of Thebes, a place that seemed to attract more than its share of disasters and destinies. Thebes was not quiet, but Tiresias was. From his earliest years, he was a watcher. Not a daydreamer exactly, just someone who saw more than he said. He listened when others talked, and noticed when others overlooked. He paid attention to little things, patterns in birdsong, the shift of wind before rain, the way someone's eyes lingered too long on silence. It's tempting to call him wise, even as a boy, but that's not quite true. He was curious, alert, sensitive to the movements of the world, and that eventually led him into the woods, and into myth. The moment that changed him forever did not arrive with music or thunder. It came in the hush of a forest clearing, in the flicker of light through high branches. Tiresias was walking alone. No company, no quest. Just step on a soft path and a mind tuned to the sounds of nature. And then he saw them, 2 snakes, twisting in the grass. Some say they were fighting, others say they were mating. Myth doesn't always distinguish between violence and intimacy, especially not when it comes to snakes. Perhaps Tiresias saw in their dance something unsettling, or perhaps he simply thought he was breaking up a quarrel. Whatever the reason, he raised his staff and struck. And the world changed. In a breath his form shifted, his balance changed, his strength moved inward. He looked down and realized he no longer recognized his own body. He had been turned into a woman, not merely a man in disguise. Not half this or half that. Entirely wholly changed. As though he had always been her. And with no explanation, no divine voice, no echo from the sky, Tiresias stepped forward into a new life. What followed was not madness, it was simply life. For 7 years he lived as a woman. He worked, he moved through cities and marketplaces. He gathered water, wove cloth, perhaps even taught. Some say she married. Some say she gave birth to a child. Some say she remained alone, but curious always. What is certain is this. She remembered. She remembered what it meant to be seen. Not as a prophet or a man, but as a woman, with all the unspoken expectations that came with that. She noticed how the world shaped its attention, how authority changed based on voice, how touch meant something different when offered and when taken. She noticed softness in some things, hardness in others. She learned, and she stored that knowledge. 7 years passed. Then one day, as if pulled by a thread, Tiresias returned to the woods, to that same clearing. And there again were the snakes, still entangled, or perhaps their descendants. It hardly matters in myth. What matters is the act. This time she did not strike. She let them be, or, in some versions, gently separated them. And once again, transformation. Tiresias became a man again, but not the same man. There is something quietly astonishing about a person who has lived life as both woman and man. Not imagined it, not dressed as it, but been it. Fully. Who knows not just how it feels to be one, but how others behave toward you because of it. The difference between being the subject of attention and the object of it. Between being listened to and being heard. That knowledge, once gathered, never leaves. And it did not leave Tiresias. He carried it like a stone in his pocket. Not heavy, but always there. And it might have ended there. A private story. A mystery known only to one. But this is a Greek myth, and the gods do not leave mysteries alone for long. Some time later, how much later, no one says, the gods began to argue. Zeus and Hera, husband and wife, king and queen of Olympus, were locked in one of their usual disputes. Their marriage was not known for peace. This time the subject was pleasure. More specifically, who experienced more pleasure in love? Zeus claimed it was women, 10 times more, he said. Hera, who did not enjoy being corrected, especially by her famously unfaithful husband, insisted it was men. They bickered, they raged. And finally, someone remembered Tiresias. He had been both, he would know. And so he was summoned, not asked, summoned. The gods rarely ask anything. And there, in their presence, he was given the question. No lead-in. No context, just, who experiences more pleasure in love, man or woman? He did not flinch. He said, of 10 parts, woman enjoys 9. Zeus smiled, victorious. Hera did not. And just like that, in a flash of divine impulse, she struck Tiresias blind. There was no warning, no trial, just darkness. Tiresias stood still. There was no scream, no begging. He simply lowered his head. But Zeus, who had gotten the answer he wanted, felt a flicker of remorse. Or perhaps, in a rare moment, justice. And since the blindness could not be undone, even the gods are bound by some laws. He offered a gift instead. Prophecy. He touched Tiresias and opened his inner sight. From that day forward, the blind man could see what others could not. The future. The paths of fate. The shape of what would come. He could no longer see the colour of the sky, but he could see the ending of kings, the downfall of cities, the truth that people ran from. And so, Tiresias became a prophet. not a loud one, not dramatic, just certain. He appears in many stories after this, often in Thebes, often saying things no one wants to hear. He tells Oedipus that he is not who he thinks he is, and is accused of madness. He tells Creon to spare Antigone, and is ignored. Again and again, Tiresias appears like a shadow, uninvited, unwavering. He speaks truth not because he wants to, but because he must. And that too is a kind of punishment. To always know, to always be right, and to watch the world choose the wrong path anyway. Prophecy in Greek myth is not power, it is sorrow. And Tiresias carries it with quiet grace. He is not bitter, not boastful. He listens more than he speaks. He walks slowly. He holds his staff gently, tapping the ground ahead of him. He smells the air. He hears everything. There is wisdom in blindness. Not romanticized, just real. The kind that comes when your eyes are no longer distracted by surfaces, and all that's left is sound and pattern and intuition. The Greeks did not pity him. They respected him. They made him the one who saw what others could not bear to see. And because of that, he is always alone. Never worshipped, never adored, just remembered. His punishment is not the blindness. It is being believed only too late. Even Odysseus, the most cunning of heroes, must descend into the underworld just to hear Tiresias' voice. Not because Tiresias demands it, but because, in the end, all roads lead to him. The blind man in the dark, still whispering truth. Let your thoughts slow now. Imagine him walking a quiet path. Thebes far behind him. The future still unwritten ahead. He touches the earth with his staff, gently. He knows where the cracks are. He knows where the stones give way. He does not rush. The world moves around him, and he walks through it like a song almost forgotten. No punishment left now. Only understanding. Let that calm settle over you. The gods are silent. The city sleeps. And Tiresias dreams, not of what was, not of what will be, but of what is. The stillness between questions. The moment just before the truth. And you too are allowed to rest now. No riddles, no prophecy, just sleep. Greek mythology does not have saints. It has survivors. It has cautionary tales. It has mortals and gods locked in an endless waltz of power, desire, and delicate negotiation. It also has punishments. So many punishments, doled out not always in proportion to crime, but often in proportion to disobedience, or pride, or merely catching the attention of someone in Olympus on the wrong day. The stories we've explored, of Prometheus, Sisyphus, Tantalus, Pentheus, Tiresias and others, are not merely fables. They are windows into how the Greeks understood their world. Their gods were not always just, but they were reflective. Divine punishment was not always about evil. More often, it was about overreach, hubris, stepping beyond one's place. Let's take a slow walk through the lessons. Start with Prometheus, the clever titan who gave humanity fire, the divine spark, knowledge, civilization. And for this, he was chained to a rock and fed upon by an eagle for eternity. Why? Because he gave humans something without permission. Because he defied Zeus. Because he acted not with cruelty, but with autonomy. He chose to help mortals, and he did it not through force, but wit. In the Greek imagination, Prometheus was not wrong, but he was bold. And boldness, to the gods, was often indistinguishable from rebellion. Punishment, then, became not just retribution, but a reminder: knowledge has a cost. Every leap forward comes with a price. Prometheus lit the torch, but he paid in pain. Then there's Sisyphus, trickster, escape artist, charmer. a man so clever he cheated death, more than once. But cleverness in myth only takes you so far. Sisyphus was condemned to roll a boulder uphill forever, only to watch it roll back down each time. His sin? Not murder, not betrayal, but defiance. He refused to die when it was his time. He outwitted the gods, laughed in their faces, tricked Hades, delayed his own funeral. And the punishment wasn't death. It was futility. A brilliant mind condemned to meaningless repetition. It wasn't about pain. It was about frustration. The Greeks, ever philosophical, understood this well. The worst fate is not agony. It's purpose denied. Effort without reward. Motion without meaning. Tantalus too suffers a punishment that mirrors his crime. He fed the gods a stew made from his own son. A test, a dare, a mockery of their all-knowing divinity. And so he was placed in a pool of water with food just out of reach, eternally hungry, eternally thirsty, but never satisfied. To tempt the gods was to be tempted forever. His punishment was not violent, it was poetic. That's the theme you'll notice again and again. Punishment in Greek myth is often symbol-made flesh. Niobe, who bragged about her many children, was left weeping over their graves. Her tears flowed so long she became stone. Actaeon, who saw Artemis bathing, was turned into a stag and torn apart by his own dogs. He became the hunted, the inverse of his identity. Arachne, who dared to challenge Athena in a weaving contest, and won, was turned into a spider. Still weaving, always weaving, but never as a woman again. There's a certain theatrical elegance to it. The gods were many things, but they were not imaginative in mercy. They were imaginative in irony. They turned character traits into cages. And for the Greeks, this made sense, because these myths were not meant to be instruction manuals. They were meant to explain the tension between human limitation and divine expectation, between freedom and fate. They were mirrors held up to the uncomfortable truth that life is often unjust, that suffering doesn't always match sin, and that power, when eternal, does not necessarily grow kind. But, and this is important, not all punishment was vengeance. Sometimes it was transformation. Tiresias, after all, was not punished in the usual sense. He was changed, blinded, yes, but gifted with prophecy, given insight few could bear. Dionysus didn't crush Pentheus with a thunderbolt. He let him destroy himself, through curiosity, through denial, through trying to observe what should have been honoured. And some mortals who suffered did so, not because they were evil, but because they stepped into a space the gods felt was theirs alone. Take Icarus, who flew too close to the sun. His wings melted. He fell. Not because he committed a crime, but because he forgot that the sky is not ours. Greek mythology is filled with these moments. Quiet reminders that the gods are not always cruel, but they are always watching, and they do not like being challenged, even when they are wrong. Nowhere is this more clearly shown than in the tale of Arachne, immortal woman, brilliant weaver, no crime beyond pride. She created a tapestry showing the gods' flaws, their mistakes, their indiscretions, and it was beautiful. So beautiful, in fact, that even Athena, the goddess of wisdom and craft, could not deny its brilliance. But gods do not like mirrors. So Arachne was turned into a spider. Some say it was punishment. Others say it was mercy, allowing her to continue weaving forever. That's the strange thing about Greek myth. Every punishment is a question. Is it justice? Is it cruelty? Is it evolution? Let's not forget Orpheus. he descended into the underworld, not for power, not for glory, but for love. He almost succeeded in bringing Eurydice back, but at the last moment he turned around, he looked, and she vanished. Was it punishment or a lesson? Don't look back. Or maybe some things cannot be undone. Or maybe trust is a fragile thread, and the gods are very still when they watch it snap. So many punishments in Greek myth are like this, less about teaching a lesson and more about preserving a story. They do not try to explain away suffering. They say instead, this happened because gods are gods, because mortals are mortals, and sometimes because someone dared to ask for more. We often think of myths as belonging to the past, as old things, dusty and brittle. But these stories continue because they reflect parts of us that never change. Pride, curiosity, boldness, fear, the desire to know more than we're supposed to, the need to love, to climb, to reach, and the consequences that come with that. In Greek culture, there was a word for this, hubris, overstepping one's mortal place, daring to claim too much. The gods didn't punish evil, they punished hubris, to be too good, too confident, too clever. The punishment for hubris was not always immediate. Sometimes it came through fate, sometimes through children or grandchildren, sometimes through the slow unravelling of everything a person had built. But it came. That was the lesson. Or perhaps the warning. And yet the Greeks did not despair. They wrote these stories not to make people cower, but to understand. Why does lightning strike? Because Zeus is angry. Why does the harvest fail? Because Demeter mourns. Why do the brave fall? Because courage does not protect against prophecy. The punishments of the gods are not tidy, but they are consistent. They remind us that life has weight, that choices echo, and that sometimes even the most beautiful effort can end in silence. And still we climb, still we ask, still we love. Because to be human in a Greek myth is not to be perfect, it is to try, even knowing the cost. And that perhaps is why these stories endure. They do not ask us to be saints, only to be aware, to know that the gods may be watching, and to act anyway. Let your thoughts settle now. The thunder is distant. The gods have retreated to Olympus. The mortals lie sleeping. Their stones, their altars, their broken oaths, quiet now. Somewhere a boulder rolls down a hill. Somewhere a prophet stirs in the dark. But you are allowed to rest. No riddles, no fate, no punishment, only breath, and the soft, unending hush of myth. Good night.